Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upoma Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the Toro Doctor Christian Connect. On the other side, we have the Gymnastic Boys. Gymnastic Boys, we don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know if they are going to do the second floor.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say niwa. Eye na ya fere bahabe uza no gbera. Magwa ka ehun. Mana terun wa dole wo na yi. Solobo no gla owo. Ma ya fe na nirun. Na ma la o da o. Owo wa ri ma. Owe ewo idun ni ma ye. Ewo ni ma na nirun. Eni ma nirun ge no salobo la no ge ase ni ma ya fe. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ṣe ẹni wọn ẹ̀dẹ̀ náà ẹ̀nà màláwì máa gbà ká ìhẹ́ wọ́ ìhẹ́ bí ìhẹ́ akínẹ́wó wọ́ kínẹ́ òwá ni màá yé ìhẹ́ sọ́ba náà gìhẹ́ mú màríà irú ni màá nànà ní ọ̀nà ọgbọ́n ẹgbọ̀n ẹ̀yẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ náà ọdẹ wọn kò tẹ̀wẹ́ Victor Ebizugbe.
ẹ̀dẹ̀ náà wò wà dẹ̀ náà wò sọ mu àyà bí tó tọ̀ àti kẹ́kẹ́ tí wọ́n wà ní wọ́n gbé ọkùtò ní wọ́n dàn ẹ́ ẹ̀rìn màkà gbọ́n àhún dáná tẹ́rẹ̀ mọ́.
Wẹ́rẹ́ àwọn ẹ̀rọ ló yá àárọ̀ èmi ló yá lòdẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ wọn tẹ̀ ẹ́ pásítọ̀ ọ̀hún lámúrè.
Ìwé ẹ̀dùnọ́gùn mi wà bí nìyẹn ká yìí fún ibùsọ̀ àbàgọ̀ ẹ̀yà rọ̀ wà bí dàn yọ̀ ọ̀sà ọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀gì màmí òkú yẹn rè gbé o ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Iṣẹ́ ìyẹn mẹ ọ̀sà ọ̀bọ̀ sẹ́yìn jẹ́ inú yẹ o n'ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀dọ̀bá yọ̀ọ́kọ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀dọ̀ yà fẹ́ ẹ̀ náà bẹ̀ ọ̀ká ẹ̀gbọ́n ilẹ̀ yà fẹ́ mẹ̀rẹ́ gòtú wà yà sábàánà ọ̀nà mọ́kù yẹn rìnà ẹ̀dọ́ yàfẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ètò ẹ̀nìyàn ìhẹ́ ìrìnàkí ìmáyẹn ó ní èbòtẹ̀ kọ́s ẹ̀ má ẹ̀ nà tiẹ̀ n'obi ọ̀ma ẹ̀ nà tiẹ̀ n'ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀ nà gúvẹ́ ẹ̀ nà tamọ̀ yà tìyẹn yọ gbèlúwé náà ẹ̀ wọ̀ wéwì ni owó náà wà yà tìyẹn yọ ìhẹ́ ni ọ̀rìà ni. Ihe dọ̀lì mi yìí sọpọ̀ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ kìnìyàn náà dọ̀lì mi yìí nùdá wọ̀ ẹ̀mú yẹn yìí mi nù wọ́n yẹ yòbọ̀ kà ẹ́ ọ̀hán jọ̀ wọ́n rírà ẹ́ ọ̀hán jọ̀ wọ́n amú ẹ́ ọ̀dọ̀lẹ̀ yìí wọ́n yẹ rè
Kàkàbọ̀.
kìnìyàn náà dọ̀lì mi yìí nìyí wọ̀ ẹ̀yà rí ẹ́ ẹ̀nì nà nyà ẹ̀ mọ́ra rí wọ́n ẹ̀ ihe ni ọgbọ̀ wá ni ẹ̀ níwọ̀n ọ̀tẹ̀wọ̀n Victor Ebizugbe ihe wọ̀ yẹ ẹ̀ ẹ̀nà manora na tie yẹ wo nọra.
Ihe na tie yẹ wo ugbe mu adene ban na we ihe agbada no mo nva no ora egbe obo na o egbe obo no pa so pa ihe no mo ye gbe vio ihe keke be bo opa yan tin aju fi kian ebi ga sunu ma uti he yo waru da egu ti he ye mi no ya pris no me ya ye mewe emi ni obo mo abehe ero emi na ogwe ukaka boy bo dai ihe o wa nwe mu na no bu ma me we ewo no ma he ewi na ye no de omana dagme do won no roto tem na ati hen yo ogwa mana hen ona ye no uligi aroto tonu na ati hen yo wo na ayeke ihe awe muladian we e won no we na wo na ga hie na ga hiusi na ga temu ni giro to ason ya ro avan ya ro do bi amase ti awe amu yo ma be obo ati hen yo e ba ni hen na so agbo ma dole mi iyi so pon awon no we na ga gien ari vio emi nu we u ne abebi kunuru we ugo re no usie gburu wa ayamu here okeki oho ema ihe ni are ologo owo ago mi oyi ni aye temtem ni awulo popo hu ni ihe na tie ne hin awe ro ya ra na ya kokin ani ogbin ani
osi
oba to pe
ise ma yibu wedi o te pastor ihe me we zebe omusa loboa ebi no movement we ya gwani ihe no na te bible ihe no so ero gbesonia a record I view gunda dia we e bible wa o ye ve ba ya gi ogbeso muda edigun opa we e bible ihe no e bible no ote
domono wa talk e do no pe wo won tage magwa kana no da e mana o ihe ke we oriaki na mie iriaki na mie bi ihe ke oho na tie repercussion no ye olowo ma no le lo ko hia no da wa nyise afia gbele le hia wa ho ihe le hia e ba no saloba na ka bu we bi no wa we iriye yoto aro ke bu we zokpa eri afia gbe we roto afia gbe ke biye we zokpa wa we miye umiye wa we mierun eri afia gbe u we mi afia gbe bere ri mataba be bi no wa o saloba ya gbona je onwe iye ilele ya fe no that a 10 commandment no ile ogi gbeni no ro iye oga okike thou shalt not kill uga kill ne oni uriye abiye okike ema we no ti meka e ba no ka we emi na ko aro ayiso emi wa akoro ema yo bo ma ko aro wa kini ete egbo ma odeno do zori egbo ma wa lelu obo ni oyiwe na ge benu tai ba ge no tolo ma gbe
not irepe
wa fi egbo una finri eso o mana kan ya tun mu won irepe oreba o be bo me nyawe obo na ebe tolo we be bo yege ni sunu da we o sika muene eriye mi iyeki o ezepo ye gbe fi we ken we won we tolo ano we ya tolo nu ya ewu egbe ya ne inwina rene egbe ya tolo wa ne o wa ni ye ma eveil e ameve la ko wa ye ga so agripa so be na igepe ya ba e ya gon samayo egbe ne eriye mi iyeki wega wene ni ozetigari eniyan emo okeke ema nu da iye tosio makoto iye oyoma mita iye ogbo madine yimi iye osiologo mayoma egbe dopa emi opa no gire egbin yen e ma ni bunro emi we lagbera ni o ba ge mi yen no unda o sa opa je mi fe newe ewe ugawe urai uri yen ewona ugawe uriene be no be aye we be no wa egene ke na gbotion ebe ye na bomegbo a ona wo mo pa ma den yen unda era ro wa yero wa ye gi kia o salo wo duwa no dege ni bro pa ma ri egbe la na ona tie eke o gi gba odu wona we ha ona wo ye no sa oba tie we ona we bo ni akinu wo we mi ya ona wo tun e wo no pe na tie ebe oku yon maka gba o ebe yon maka ri e oboje o e dado oku yon ge iyen ne ogbugbo eri ebe iyen no ge oso won na we ya boy ka be lodo pa ona we wa we ma me ni we ona wo ma iye we ni ka ma na we iye enu baba iye de nu aduza ona we esagion tun enu to mi ovie buye ga de ne ona we gin ta ma wona we ebe ro akia ona we nda ebe akporu edi wa ona we iye ro we dagbon ne no ri mi o kan afiru gbegbo ekan awa uwe la ma wa ma be la wo wa u sa me no ma won ma be nwa me no ko bo were ona ti ra de ne aba we gbe mi ade ke to afie de ne na unda ori yen ne o sa no go do ati ne wa gbo ma u ya ri azigo u gbe emu fua o u gbe emu fi eze o we ga o ga ma mi no dere we iye ni de o ga logo ma ni emi ese ezo oba atope
ise anyway wa da matana wa ni gbama wa da matana wa no gbera gbiye wa da matana u vara ko o yue akara ni yue abio u gbo wa ni awe no gbo wa we wa u ya ari azen igo u make na fe u make na bowa u make na hin moto ihe ni hi o wa no nya mi nu we ya ri o be tin enwe ihe ma won ebedo awe bo ya ro awe bo ni na ya meti abege no yo amu wa we aya ti ebo na yo we no fi aye ohwa he isago eya ebo ya fe ni redo ima awe bo ni no mi ke na no yo amu wa no so kwa no wo ko we nu mara ze da ya we bo una tie keka ti yen ni oso wa ni gbe iye ni oso wa ni oso gbe iye ọmọ ìrìà ìyẹn ọmọ ẹgẹnẹ dẹ ẹnu àwẹ ńlá gbòhùn ọgẹdẹ mú yóò tọ ó zẹ ká yẹ bẹ ọmọ nyà ẹ èké nínú wẹzẹ yọ ni ìyẹn nọ ọmọ rẹ náà sẹ wọn náà mọ ọgẹdẹ ni ìyẹn ni gbẹ ọkì kẹ ẹ pẹ ọkẹ wú sọpọ náà yẹ náà ìyẹn ń lè lọ ọwọ èké àrùn ìyẹn nọ ọ ẹmẹnu wẹ tá náà tìyẹn nọ wá ọmọ náà wò ó kọ dà wẹ. Ihe ni o le lese kinori ase ihe ni wa ima ho na mi ugbeso we e ma ni gba ori ma ni age ti ni ma wa mi na ye na ni ya zere we ne oba ma ye ni awe edion we awe kagele ta yin afi he so pa kagele so yin ti e kwaro o wo ni eni efe yo eni efe bu veni inu aro odo fie worie ye la toma e gwebo tele yi awe no bion we wo pa ikin to ori ye fie po benu we be kin o ma se awe no ma ko se de ye gba o ma da oro ba o ma da oro wo we o la toma be o wa vi osisi ai agun akon ai mi ai ko kuli akwa webo so po we wo ni o we bo he aye ekere ni ga vi ese ebo buwede ebo de na aduwa edolo pe o mo da we emi ni he oyin mata na we ma no ma ri he o te me bisugbe ihe
ma me na wa gwa na ihe na wa ha na asubo ye gbe ihe oyere no ka mo ma gbe ye fi igbera wu nebute SSS o da we yinu we huda e ma so wa re wo e o wi atun ba gbebo mu eyeli we ni ra ri to yan atun be ro wa mu ogbe ori wa o ga kian so pon be ni amana ra we yan amana du o yi huda we etigu we ara mewe yan ma we ropo na gbin aberi o gbe na ba ya ogi asin de mi he ya sin ka ni gbin yan ya ti he mara gele we wi na ni mari o ya yi na oya ti hen yo mami ihe ona be mu eyo we negi o ma we eri gbera ekenu pe ise o to na we 50 by 100 we wo pa wa o ma be ro wa u ya mu 100 by 100 or 150 u ya mu no nya nu we fi obo yi ni ese ti go esi nye hu digo ego e ebi no hia ya ki eke ori ori he o ti he no ori oni no hia be ho no gwa lo ma no wa be mi ku ni hia si eyo wa we ga ti e ogwa le mi ami e wo wa no gbege awe no de o eze po ye wo kokko yindukuluku gbodo akun egbemu okun egbemu nu we a ihe ni oroyo egbene o ga fe pe yen do ke no hia du adowe ya eri o ma na te o de pe awe ye ti ladan wo wa hu da be mi ku no ru ihe oyo egbene o ma ko ma no we mi no ma ai be okeke awe we no aye awe me ne ga ya bo won adowe na yimia ara yimia abe se ti be ki he gbori egbe ba re do yimia yo ne bowe no re be no ho awe u ya confess why make a confessional statement ya mi eko masalobua osalobua yabo we eri obe ye o ma no we ni ihe na oyo wa ni la egbe ne ona do mi eko ona ki eguri egbe bo awe se ha o we fo egbere hundo ni o ke ni ma yo bo wo we ya le ni he ma ke ni ma de ye gbegbe hundo e na ye gbevio igba no e le gbe wi o ma ko wa no ga we sarieti ni o ma wu ya ri awo o wu ya dole wo yi etinari enu we na ya dole wo yi ihe wa esike edugboru we ye ara owo mo na wa be mi ku una fi aito una ari ya webo ewe ri ropa so pa o ma ni na fi ogbogbo yi do ne ra o na samo go ba meze awe ho keke we ri o gbe iguma o gbe keke ihe kan no gbe oba atokpe
ihe magwaka ni wa we no da hi mana we fi oboyo gbido uri enye so na owu e uri ege owu we mu la wa uduro mu ya no wa no nya na aso a o ya ri amami wa we ebode uda ihe ofian utome ona te so mi piye a gboso won wo owo kigbesi ya gboso no imanibu yan wa pa ma ka wo yan gbele yan o but ni buwo yan fi obo yido o yan we no ma keke eduna iye emi emi he e na mi we ni wa egenede ka sunu yovia sunu yokwa eba sunu ye bonibu ti ya muwe na mi we omo ma ro ho wa gele ya ti ani yemi omo no we mi ni iye na fe wo waro lo ma ne do ma ri oko aya bi yen oni emani me a wera me ya o bi yen gbeso owo ko na owo o fi owo yo ha owo yen ma fi owo yo ha we do bi yen eso we yen gele fi owo yo ha abedo we be ra mi we emi ni ma o ma run ai funda o mi no be ki ladia ile no nya wa anu nya ko we ori awa a ho ni oro awa iye no ni wa mi o we o se e we to bu o no ro ko afian no fi we oro no fi an to me negi ama me dagbe ya iye ma na sikegbe mi na sikegbe so pa wo bo we ni kata si ihe odo le mi yi eje mi ria eje bo ria we ewe o no we na ge mi no wa dun ai we so we ge ne de de kokko wo wa ru emi no ria oke polo o teka o wa aziba o wa de kokko o de ko o teka awa no iye so we ro ai we ru e ba fa o me no si e ni dade wo we rio na ba me e mama ni o me no si e na mi we iyan iru e ilele na te lo uhi awa ihe e lohi thou shall not kill thou shall not steal ra ye gbodo yi o Bible ni retala ni wa ihe e no udadu hi ne dado ele lewo ke na lele court ke na lele wowa ke na lele awerima ke na ege baba ho emi nu na ema una we won ni ugbe me na agbeyo oro so pon ihe ugwu emi ala ihe kinema o so abo no mi mafa no mi emo ni ma bi afa wo te awa kiye o tan paso
domo onana ebone no wa iwe do wa mi na ya na de sino kan me ihe ihe mi no mo kama we kin ra no ma gbo o zebo mana gbo bi do pataki no we kin no ye mi no me mo ave ko won we eni kemi na agbona na me ero wa we mi esi ero wa we da ero emi yen na esoro na tie o sanowo do ajagmo ona je yunwe erun ohun afin agbe ona be je yunwe iyen nuwe kenu yime ku yime nuwu yin okeke ole lo mani uga yin se afin agbe buwede wa be nyonge dan una te iyen ni obi bo mande o salo ba tai ebi no wa wi je yoto aro kebu owe zokpa yemeji yoto afin agbe kebi yen we zokpa nunda emi no ma ko oro iye soro na tie no ma wawe esoro na ya bo agbon to agbon oro ugawe uyegbe vio eso yiye ya boebo beneri mata eba aimogo wegbo aiwogo beze aiwogo gaba bi yeso iye no eme soro na mego akwon awona ya gwa luto ara iwe na weto owe mi ye ugbeso ko fi owe yuwa awe owe mi ye ibi ehun mi odo ehun mi nda oleba ene odo bo yawe mi awa na ni iye olawa ni ado awon mi wewewe ama iweri omo wa de fe dokma emi wa sunu emi yon lawa ata ejo to ni aya rile owani aya rile eboni aya rile won tagbon meno saloba rile won tagbon na orile sonya unye ugawu bene ni mata bible no wa be oya yebota thou shall not ugawu iye le lo mani wa be we ni esi afian gbe le lo e be soro na o saloba wa afian gbe nu de ni esi ni ewu yen ga mi ni ko no ro emi o ko emi yekin e ma afian gbe be kin da do bonu ri fien mi ge orewe iye na ya hwe iye nu we zese yi aya ebu edowe igwe gbe ta iye nu zese yi iye nu we ya hwe kwa aya ebu edowe oyo mana oyo we na ge oba no regbe dia oji no regbe dia awe na ede kotwe we be se ba ave bu edebe yo we edowe na ave mu ezo na be gu ori mari e ma we ta fan e fo ye rigbe dia ni ologo ma ni ye lele kian ede na iwa wewe aze yoyoyo ejoji kai we ofo wa ya gbewa ede de agi mi won se na la ona zobo mi miye nunda okeke oho e ma
wesi anyway na zobo bi koko ko ma edoro pe wa mi eni ni buro ni he si yebo ologo wa ni he si yebo obo sense wa ki ma zobo wo na mi we ihe osaba no eje mu eworia awano rebo uyinaji ya se gba be ave politician ni se boyo oteso gebo iya ori we ni he se eminu we inu awuna won le lo de nu na tala won mu we iye ke aya re ma we nu wa re ma osaba roju wa ya ma supa aiwe lo de mata o ligi norona emi e orusin na ye na ni bana iwa la gbogbo le mana uwa mi ni abi ode not odo awa ari owebe awa fi o si afio la e moni re owebe ni die ni emi no kin awa fi an lawo ayi tede mi sowo awu na mu gora kire ihe we ni we to bo no woni ibi weru ni so ihe ewe wa ru ni no ri o si lade we na mu we igo na ha yo we no wani mara me no ru e wa ge he ihe ni ki eni ya ke ni wa e bo na wa la wo abe o te se gebo wa ru so no i khose
No wari.
No wari. No waru no man na ne no.
When I saw Diomebo,
when I saw
Yogo Diomvio boy, Oven, okay, Arem na bo young na waso a. Ori
anyway, can I get
don't know bebo. Na la wona ye na we mi when I tell me man o ma mi ori o ebuku. Na la wo re iyen ma be gbe o se mi ame osuwu osu ipapa osi ologun wa yo wa na la na yo bi ma si emi ni bi ibi o hadori oja ebo keke oba atope
ise atame
ihe mi no ma ye gbe de gbe owe unu na ya ti he ye unu na ya ti emi ame ete unu na ti yari ba hu do ni ikepu na yiri opa yin ku wa gi ma le ni he hu da were igbon re bo ki le gbe wi o no le gbe mi ni ne o ga we o ga ko kieke o se ti yari e be de na akwe afi were no ro yari pa egwa de ma gi gbe igitoku itwe wa ya ni be na mi ho na itwe awe ebonire ikabeto itwe ma ni be igosa o atokpe
me anyone me twe agboya fe keniri ye kovia keniri yo kori on wo de ke ya fe o saro ba wo no mu here no dade bo ya fe oba atokpe
ITV, certainly the best.
Yeah.
Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́ túwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ITV, certainly the best.
Well, first, great to be back. Big thanks for joining us on TMI. And a lot we share when it comes to issues that borders on the country and how to deepen democratic practice. But there's been this whole headlong issues concerning how to make it count in terms of the electoral, laws and reforms that came upon us with the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment Bill that was signed into law by the president. And now it becomes it behoves on the country and, of course, a legal document upon which transparency and, of course, credibility and the people's trust will be formed. Well, good to know while I was away. I've got dependable hands-on and still with me, my colleagues, big colleagues. I have Anua Luakpo-Stevens. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah.
Thank you. Good to know you were holding on strongly while I was away. And big thanks, Lawrence, for joining.
Good morning, Philip, and good to have you back. You're looking refreshed, looking amazing. No, sometimes it's good to take time off work to go rejuvenate and come back with a get of energy and everything, and that's what you came back with.
So you can say I came reloaded.
You came reloaded, but some of us will soon go and reload and come back.
All right, so that's your own. Well, we will be joining Lagos Network Center where Patricia is holding on. Good morning, Patricia.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning. It's good to see you, Philip. You look so rested.
All right, so basically we have Dominic Ayemese. Thumbs up to you from the Abuja Network Center. How are you doing?
A very good morning to you, Philip. Of course, welcome back from your leave. And of course, like Patricia said, you look very relaxed, and we are glad to have you back on the program this morning on Night TV. Good morning to my able colleagues over there also, Lawrence and Noah Luakpo. Very good morning to you guys.
All right, thank you. We're going to give a head start just to highlight on what we really will be having today. Well, we know that our country, Nigeria, is, some say it's a cruise country, but I don't want to be
very cruisy.
But we're dynamic, and we always come up with, news.
Yeah.
Whether I call it good news or bad news.
Issues are always there to talk about.
We've been having this banter, these issues about surrounding the electoral laws that's seen as a legal document, and of course, a basis upon which we have credibility and transparency.
Yeah.
And the signing it into law, came up with questions raised as regards will it deepen democracy? Because we've been having this whole issue. Basically, we take our minds back to the 2023 general elections, and of course the hitches we had.
The glitches.
Oh, glitches. We had over, the failure to transmit election results at a time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, despite the opposition politicians and, of course, civil society activists, you know, protesting and, of course, barricading the National Assembly.
Right.
Well,
But they have the right to protest.
the document was signed into law.
They still have the right to protest.
With the proviso that seems to give an impression that, well, manual collation will take preeminence if real-time election result transmission doesn't pop up.
Yeah.
I don't know your reactions about that.
And it was tested in Abuja on Saturday.
Yes, yes. But okay, can you just take a look?
Your take.
Well, it's an ongoing conversation, I would say, and the conversation just actually come to stay. I mean, just as you said, we saw how a lot of Nigerians went to the National Assembly to protest what they wanted to see, and the eager to pass the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. We saw all of that happen, and then at the end of the day, some of the agitations and their warrants was as regards the electronic transmission of results real time, and eventually the National Assembly, the Senate, the House of Rep came out to actually have their own tweak and say, you know what, in a case where we do not have the right mechanism to ensure that we have the real-time transmission of results, we're going to fall back into the manual process. And we saw how speedily the president signed it into law. A lot of persons questioned the speed at which our president did sign it into law, if he even went through it. And then there are those who would say it's already an orchestrated plan from the top up until the bottom, and the Senate president was just the tool to use to actualize all of these things. But at the end of the day, the Nigerian people, the Nigerian citizens are the one involved in it. You and I would be the ones to go out to that polls come 2027 to cast your vote.
Yeah.
And interestingly, we have a bit of footprint with what happened on Saturday in Kano, Port Harcourt, and of course Abuja with the election that went on. We saw how the Electoral Act 2026 amendment bill went on. We saw that we still had vote buying, voter apathy. So it's not a case, I don't think it's a case of having this thing being changed every time we want to have an election. It's a case of ensuring that the right mechanism, the persons in charge do the needful to ensure that, we have free and fair election in Nigeria, because that's what the people want.
Quite thought-provoking. Well, let's have your thoughts.
Talking about free and fair election in Nigeria, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Oh. As far we are still where we are.
Oh, you're bringing a bad message to the podium.
Yes. Honestly speaking, I don't see that happening.
From what you perceive?
Yeah, from everything we've seen thus far. Someone came out yesterday to say the opposition party gave them their best hand as a minister. What do you mean by that statement? It's a service senator. So when we talk about free, fair election, a better election, I think we should go beyond this whole manual signing of papers. Ain't going to help us. I've always said that, and I'll continue to say that. If I can sit at the comfort of my home and send you 5,000 naira without going to the bank via transfer, right? If anything happens, it bounces back, or probably it didn't go through. The only thing I need to go do is to go and lay a complaint. After 24 hours or 48 hours, as the case may be, I get my money back. I send it again to you. So why can't we go to that extent? If we're saying we're going to digital as Nigeria, let's be digital and digital for once and for all. This whole idea of mutilation, I saw some of the result sheet from Gwagwalada Area Council yesterday. I was carried away. The figure will always be mutilated. That is what the politicians want, because that's where they get their... When you go to court to go and challenge the election, they tell you your evidence is not substantial enough. So we have to go beyond this whole process of manual. People at 21st century, people are still going under the sun to go queue to vote. Things that we should go beyond that. When you want to make withdrawal from your ATM, what do? You just go there, you 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you're done. Can't we go to that extent in Nigeria? Get to that point where at the comfort of my home, as I'm in the office now, it's an election day. Not because I am an essential service worker, by somehow I can't vote because but if we go real digital, even as an essential service worker, at the comfort of my office, even as I'm at work analyzing the issues on election day, I can also vote. The platform should be there.
Basically, that's a share of what everyone is talking about, because if we want to make sure that the country breathes properly as regards having these electoral laws as reforms deepened to bring about trust, then we should involve the people.
Absolutely.
Questions about the speed at which the president passed the bill into law or gave his assent. But again, if it's too slow, Nigerians will speak. Now, the president was speedy on it. So what was the qualms about it?
Well, I know what's the speed about.
Basically, yeah. But if we're to look at it closely, sometimes like what Arno said, it could take your mind back, as in, or gets you intrigued. Why should the president hurry over that? Does it mean that the legal document, or isn't a legal document that should be given a thorough examination, or is it that he didn't do the needful to go through it, or was it that it was already planned, like what Anu said? Well, these are all divergent opinions. Yeah. We will be having analysts, of course, to dissect all of this. And when we come back, because we're going to basically be going to Abuja Network Center, let's get to see what you've got on your plate, and of course, Lagos Network Center. When we come back, Lawrence will also be giving us a bite on what we're going to be having outside, the electoral reforms in the Benin studio. Well, over to you, Dominic.
We've set the pace for today's discussion already. We're looking at the Electoral Act also, but this time around we want to see how it was applied to the just concluded area council election. Just like Lawrence was making reference to some of the results for Gwagwalada. Well, we're actually on the field and we saw what actually transpired, and it's quite unfortunate, if I'll put it that way. This election and the one we had in Kano and Rivers State was supposed to be the first test for the new Electoral Act, and so much conversation from that very exercise that happened on Saturday. So this morning we'll be looking at the way forward, some of the glitches, like Lawrence mentioned earlier, that were observed during the FCT election. How do we begin to correct them going into other off-cycle elections that are coming up? Don't forget Oshun is there and the rest of them. And then we now look at those faults. Some persons blamed INEC for the low turnout of voters, while others said it is the fault of the politicians who failed to educate their citizens, or those who are supposed to come out to vote regularly. But the scenario in FCT is quite different when you look at other states. FCT has just 6 area council, but I'll leave that for our in-house analyst. NOB will be here to join us. She was one of those conveners who have always been at the National Assembly canvassing for a change of a halt to that electoral bill that was signed, orally signed by the president. So she will be in the studio later in the day to tell us what transpired during the FCT election and the way forward as we march into 2027, where the Electoral Act to be used properly to see how we move democracy forward. So that will be our focus from our Abuja end this morning, Philip.
Dominic, quite thoughtful. Let's get your thoughts on what you've got on your plate. Patricia from our Lagos Network Center.
Thank you, Philip. Today we're not going to be looking at politics. Anyway, we're going to be looking at the education policy and reforms in Nigeria. But if I could contribute from taking a lead from what Lawrence said, I don't know if we'll be able to get it right come 2027, because the just concluded elections in Abuja, we saw what happened there. We saw the vote buying. We saw that some results were even T-Pest, So what was T-Pest doing in the result sheet? I mean, are you saying that the figures that was given was wrong and you T-Pest to give the right figure? We're far from getting it right if we continue the way we are going here in Nigeria. Come 2027 is around the corner. But anyway, from our Lagos Network studio, we won't be looking at politics this morning. We will be talking education in Nigeria and its reforms, analyzing Nigeria's education system and potential improvements. I mean, nobody's looking at that. We are just talking politics, how to win the elections in 2027. We have not actually taken our time to look into the education system in Nigeria. Are we doing the right thing as a country when it comes to education? Why are most Nigerian parents, especially the top politicians, sending their children abroad to study? Is it that the Nigerian system, the Nigerian education system, it's not working properly? Those are the things we're going to be looking at. And of course, I'm going to be having Professor of Mathematics joining me later in the day to do this analysis. Philip.
Patricia, there's never too much time to dedicate on education, because if you look at it critically, education becomes the bedrock upon which all that has to do with society is learned and, of course, farmed. Well, let's quickly get your attention, Lawrence. I know you've got a lot to fill up.
Absolutely. So much to talk about. Politics, 2027 is around the corner still. So we always talk about politics, even despite the fact that my colleague in Lagos will be looking at education. Nice one, amazing one. Without education, there will be no politics. It's someone that is educated that will know whether you're going to mutilate you're going to mutilate the form or not. But look at politics and the church. You know, the church is a very vital, that's religion basically, is a very vital tool. If you look at what's happening now about the timetable of the election, it's been shifted because some section of religions will be fasting during that period. Another section will be fasting, you know, the whole issue around.
So we look at the role of the church in politics.
That will be from one hand. And also look at local government development in Edo State. Yesterday, some tractors was handed to the 18 local government councils in the state.
About 54 tractors.
About 54 tractors thereabout. Okay. So let's see how that will improve the life of the common man in the locality. So all of that also have packed up for you in Benin Network Center.
Well, according to the governor, he said that's part of his administration on the Shine agenda to bring about development at the grassroots. But how do you feel that? At the level of the grassroots?
Well, there are those who would say that our governor is indeed a working one. Right, he's working and Edo is shining. Yesterday, we saw the beautiful ceremony they had there in Edo State, where we had the minister of the FCT was live here in Benin. We also had Adams Ali Oshomole, the senator, right here, and it was actually a beautiful one to behold. And there were also some, glitches.
Glitches. You don't want to talk about them
on TMI socials.
You don't want to talk. You have them on TMI socials.
Just maybe.
Absolutely.
Well, quite a huge development, basically, because we should be looking at how we can drive grassroots development at the local level. Because if you take away the local level, you don't focus on how to develop it, it's going to affect the other strata. Absolutely. And so it's quite a high time government looked into this and see how all of this. We want to see development. We want to see how these 54, tractors will do wonders, because we still have earth roads. And,
absolutely.
Apart from the tractors, we want to see, quota coming upon the earth roads.
Can actually
we want to see every road stretched out, beautifully, like what you said, beautifully.
Local government can tar roads.
Yes.
They have the money, they have the resources. There's local government autonomy now. They have money.
You can't say they have the money.
They have money.
It depends on if the money is fully released.
The local government have money. I quote them here. The local government have
money. Do that. We'll do that in our subsequent conversation. We'll take a short break, after which we come speedily on the pages of the newspaper. Do stay. Good to know you're still there, and let's quickly take a read on the pages of the newspaper. As we'll see the first popping on the screen, where we have Daily Trust that says, while leader, coalition demands release and probe. Well, you have the photos there, protests, and of course, all that has to do with, making demands. And of course, we have it that says, reprisals escalate killings in Plateau. A lot we can say about that on Daily Trust. Let's get to the next.
Well, up next, we have the Nation newspaper leading with the major headline that says, State Police can't wait. Tinubu tells governors. And we have interesting pictures on the front page of the Nation newspaper. With the ceremony that happened yesterday in Edo State, Nigeria, we see our governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo. Right in the middle, we have the big man himself, Minister Nyesom Wike. We also see Senator Adams Ali Oshomole right there. Beautiful one to behold. Well, pick up a copy of the Nation to get into the details.
All right, quickly, the Nigerian Tribune is leading with Lagos airport fire, 6 injured, 14 trapped persons. rescued. Inferno started from a server room. Who is saying the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, is speaking. Airspace temporarily closed. Airports reopens. You can find that on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune. You can also find on page 4, Genco's cry out, lament 6.2 trillion naira debt. That's also on the Tribune. And finally there, we will establish a state police. Tinubu reaffirms telling state governors.
Quite interesting, Ray, most especially as we look at the Lagos airports, the challenge facing that, and of course the need for the government not to just be reactive, but proactive, because that's quite an important
we
issue.
took that yesterday.
Yeah,
on the
we
news
keep having all of this,
breaking.
and for it not to escalate, it is quite important that it's nipped in the bud.
Absolutely.
Of course, every single time we have the conversation regarding having a proactive government on par rather than a reactive one. But thankfully yesterday, with the case that happened in MM2 in Lagos State, Nigeria, there was no casualties. A lot of persons questioned the timing of the fire service. Do we have effective fire service in Nigeria? That's another conversation entirely. When cases like this happen, we saw the one that happened in a community in the north, how it's raged every single thing in that market, and this is coming in again. But we thank God that it's not more than what we are seeing right now.
You know, most of the times when we use this whole "we thank God," when things we're supposed to do naturally, we're not doing it. On a norm, normally, every ward or street, 2 or 3 streets, ought to have a standby fire service. So what happens if a private home is burning? Is a question that thought ran through my head when I got home after the news yesterday. What happens if a street that is distant from the city center where you have fire trucks?
The government will react.
How will they react? How will they react?
Absolutely, but then again, this is Nigeria. I once lived in an apartment that the owner of the apartment thought it needful to have a fire extinguisher right there in front. There's persons who have sense.
Exactly. There are persons who have sense.
Common sense.
Common sense.
Yeah, Mr. Common Sense. Common sense is not common.
It's not really
so
common.
There are persons who have sense, who are, in fact, in that house, they had fire blankets, so that perhaps when you're cooking in the house, but how many persons can actually use all of this?
How much is the rent of that house as well?
That's why I say education truly matters. But let's hope that
education truly matters.
Of course, and it's key. Let's hope that moving forward, we have a reactive government, just as we get to see right here in the
proactive rather than reactive.
Proactive rather than reactive government in Nigeria.
Well, that's much we can take on the pages of the newspaper. Big thanks, and do well to take a read on the pages by getting to the closest vendor closest to you, or you just go online. We take a short break, and then we do the nitty-gritty about the first topic we're going to be looking at as regards the 2026 Electoral Act amendment, and of course its implications for 2027. You will miss out on this. Of course, reaction still great in the aspect of the Electoral Act amendment, that comes up with a lot of questions, but we see it as a legal document, but not only as that, but it should also bring about, credibility and, of course, transparency and the people's trust. Some say all of this could be a litmus test if we're going to be having voter apathy. Others say, well, all of this will also be a litmus test if democracy in Nigeria will be strengthened the more with this, development. Well, joining me to discuss this, I have the former special advisor to the governor of Edo State on youth affairs, Shedrack Udubai. Thanks for joining.
Thank you very much, Sir Philip. It's a pleasure being here this morning. Good morning, my good people of Nigeria.
I know it's not going to be topsy-turvy. It's just let's feel your pulse, because I understand the fact that, all through way back, we've tended to have, transmission of election results at real time. And what do you see as this development on the electoral amendment?
Yes, I saw the actions that took place in the last weeks before the law was eventually passed. We saw a voice vote that was dubiously given away to the nays, even when given the years when the nays even had it at the National Assembly, speaking about the House of Reps. And they also saw the protest that ensued, how persons mobilized the House of Assembly, and they sustained the prayer for a couple of days before they were tear gassed out of the scene. I also saw the speed at which Bola Ahmed Tinubu quickly endorsed the Electoral Act as though it was the ultimate rules. But first of all, it's relatively unfair for me to say the Electoral Act does not mean so much for Nigerians, or perhaps not a step in the right direction. And because there are some genuine clauses there that means that to a large extent reflects forward progress for the Nigerian democracy.
Positive.
Yes, it's positive. For example, there's one of that says that your PVCs cannot be downloaded online from the INEC website, and with that online copy you can go to the polling unit and vote. So the idea of you not being able to collect your PVCs is not a thing of the past. And then there are a few also things that were done. They said they reduced the timing of funding for INEC from 1 year to 6 months. I don't know how that will help the Nigerian democracy, but it was there. And they also said the cards that was needed for voters' cards registration, they've removed the voters, the national identity card and the driver's license. No explanation was given to that when I made my inquiries. They've also said to a large extent that they've reduced the timeline for submission of names of candidates to INEC. And then when I inquired, they said they did all of that because they needed to reduce what called the standing political tensions that occurred during this long period of time, and to engineer some institutional reforms and efficiency amongst the agencies. But there are two major clauses. There are two major clauses because this whole Electoral Act, in as much as it appears to be a step in the right direction, is a forward-moving step. But the law is only as strong as its weakest clause. There are two clauses that have raised some serious contentions: the issue of electronic transmission of results and the abolition of indirect primaries, usually called the delegate system. Those are the two major areas that appears to have some discrepancy where people are still expressing opinions for and against. When you talk about the electronic transmission of results, of course, one thing I want to state clearly is that it is not the technology that failed in 2023. What failed is the institution. Electronic transmission of results took place. It was the issue that shut down the platform and gave dubious excuses. In states like Rivers, Lagos, Kogi, and some of the northern states, the values of results, the numbers that were expressed in IREV, as at the time we saw it, is relatively very different from what was announced in the INEC Collation Center. But yet, INEC did not offer any form of accountability or explanation to this disparity between the results in the IREV system and the one that was announced in the collation centers.
So you see it as deliberate?
Yes, it's deliberate. When we moved to the court, it was the National Assembly that now put a nail on the casket by saying that IREV is only the Supreme Court, said that IREV is only a VPOTA and it's not a legal collation system whereby results could be put together and a winner declared. That is to say, you can literally sit down in your house and watch your candidate win in IREV, only for you to hear a different result. It will lose under the manual collation of INEC and eventually also lose when you get to the Supreme Court. So the truth is that this technology ought to be reinforced. Yes, there is now compulsory transmission of results electronically, but they've also left a small hole, a dubious clause, a loophole, whereby it will be explored to say if there is failure in electronic transmission that
at three times.
No, they didn't want every time. They said there's electronic transmission that INEC will fall back to the payee from ECHA as the primary source of collation. What is to say? The law is silent about what failure is. The law did not tell us exactly what does failure entails. At what level, who exactly is the body that will announce failure? Is it INEC? At what level do we have to fall back to from ECHA? The law was silent on that. And also the issue of punishment for stars. Perhaps it was the same INEC who declared failure in 2023. If they declare failure again in 2027, what exactly is the loophole? There's no punishment, there's no consequences for any individual, official, or institution that engineers such failure to occur for personal or perceived interest. So those lacunas that's been left by the law, not declaring what failure is or when failure will be declared, or the institutions around it, is loopholes. So we consider that when you take this court to these issues of electoral to court, it may likely not stand the test of time because there will be multiple interpretations. If the judges are perhaps going to be reinterpreting it to influence the interest of one party, it could be done in one way or the other. So that to a large extent is a loophole, a lacuna that we have cited. Once the way forward, we have said, okay, after the Electoral Act has been passed, what is now left is the INEC guidelines. The Nigerian people must rise to the occasion to ensure that INEC clearly stipulates the conditions for failure. Who will announce that there is failure in the electronic system, the body that will discharge the punishment. They will clearly outline what failure is and all the parameters that will describe it. And Nigerian people must scrutinize it clearly to understand that we have an even fighting ground for all political platforms. That is where we are now. We are just hoping, though the INEC guidelines is not admissible in court, but to help shape the process and give direction to what failure is, as to be interpreted in court in subsequent engagements. That is where we are now. If the Nigerian judiciary was truly interested, the Nigerian Senate was genuinely interested in giving the aspirations and reflections to the people, would have been real-time electoral transmission of results without any of these dubious loopholes to say because of electoral, because even the word real-time was not clearly specified. If the electronic, if the real-time was in the one that was conducted by the House of Reps, but real-time was not in the House of Senate, when they went for a joint committee to harmonize, real-time fell off the law. So the law has been passed that there's no retire. So that is to say, there is no law binding the PO, the polling officer, when to upload the results. He can choose to tell you when he gets to the station, we upload it. He will tell you, I will upload this 1 week later, 1 month later. So they may not be. So when they say retire, does mean that after the election, it should be transmitted almost immediately, with or without network. Okay. That one is not there.
Okay.
So all of those lacunas are there.
Yeah. So if we are to look at this, just like you said, it will bring about issues surrounding litigations.
Yes.
That may not pull through.
Yeah, yes.
But again, how do we close the gap? Because we understand the fact that it's all about the voters. It's all about the people. And if you take a close look at the elections, even at the FCT and other environs, recently, it also speaks about the aspect of the readiness of the people in terms of, taking control, taking charge of their elections. If we can get it at the point of Parliament Acts, can't we get it as a people to make sure that votes are counted?
The challenge is this. That first of all, the Nigerian nation state is not able to build the required trust of the Nigerian people on the electoral system. The people have not come to have faith in the system to say, okay, when we go to the polling unit, our vote will eventually count. And the instrumentalities, the modalities, and the requirements to ensure that the vote counts is what the Nigerian Senate has inhibited, or the Nigerian legislature has prevented Nigerian people from having. What they want is simple real-time transmission of results. And that to a large extent would have endeared. You know what it means for you to sit in your house from the comfort of your phone and you see your result begin to fly from your polling unit after voting. You see that you are 53 people voted. Whether you win or you lose the same material, you see that it's only 53 people voted for ADC. And after you leave for your house, you go home. You see that there's a word result that has been collated and it has been uploaded. And from the confidence of your house, you see again, this is my word result. Or you click it open, and you see that the people who voted for PDP for ADC in your unit was 53. It's the 53 that is there. Again, you screw. You see that in the local government, after a couple of hours, maybe the midnight, they upload the results for your local government. You go there and go and check. If it was 730 people that voted for ADC in that your ward, it's still reflected at the local government collation results. That to a large extent will build some level of trust and confidence in the process. But to not say that you do not believe so much, you not say that, Nigeria, because what I see here clearly is this. The Nigerian legislature, the judiciary is no longer thinking, the legislation is no longer thinking for the people. They were pretending to be thinking for INEC, as though INEC is the one who they are mandated to protect. Whereas INEC has said, prepare the laws, we have the capacity to give you full-fledged electoral transmission, where they have dubiously and ceremoniously went to break it. What we say is that legitimate legislations, processes that we tend to build the integrity of the electoral process are being sidelined, while they are shopping for trying to defend the loopholes that will allow them to rig themselves to office.
All right.
If a man is popular, if he has the capacity, then why prevent the people from expressing?
Okay,
their
as
mandate?
sensitive as this topic is, we're going to be taking a very short break, and after which we are standing frontiers of the discussion. Do stay. Thank you so much for being there. While we had a break, we were opportunity to be joined by Honorable Frank Amego, a lecturer in the University of Benin. Big thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Yeah, we have upon us the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment. I don't know how you grade that, and of course its implications for 2027 elections.
Yeah, it's a wonderful development to the best of my knowledge.
It's a welcome development.
Yes, I will scan through the various provisions there. I know no matter how you would have done it, there will still be some persons that will not agree with you. If you allow some persons, they will tell you that God ought not to have created them in Africa. It should have been created somewhere in the US, Canada, and the rest. So there is no perfect system as far as humanity is concerned. What we tend to do is we try to be dynamic, be adjustable within to circumstances. And Nigerians are good at that. They can adjust to any situation, good or bad.
Okay, but again, let's quickly look at the proviso, of course, the clause that wasn't really, given attention, most especially as regards, transmitting of election results at real time. Nigerians have basically been waiting for that. And of course, that happens to be part of the failures we had in the 2023 general elections. Are you saying with this deficit or gap in the Amendment Act as we have it today, as given us by the President, do you say that is right?
That's clause 60.
Oh, yes.
And the initial postulation was it should be transmitted right from the polling unit. And in the wisdom of Mr. President, he's the one representing us. And And commonly as it is, if you use this studio, for instance, now, and you are casting a particular information or news, even as much as you read from the screen, there is a paper backup in case the system malfunctions. That's EC8A. And to that effect, it would be appropriate to have that backup, because this information were documented ab initio before it was transmitted.
At the age we're in Nigeria, are you saying that we also have network challenges that could also affect the transmission of election results at rate?
Is to forestall possible breakdown of electronic transmission. Let's just have it. And if you argue that with me now, I will come back and argue that henceforth, no paperwork in this studio.
But again, are you not considering the elements of corruption that could also, mingle with it? Because if you leave a little gap, at the point where election results are being transmitted, you see different figures entirely, because at collation point, it changes. Aren't you scared about that? Because that's exactly what Nigerians or the voters or the electorate are really, having, most especially increasing voter apathy. A situation where we have electoral reforms that is supposed to be, deepening electoral, democratic governance, that is supposed to bring about transparency and credibility, is bringing the otherwise. Aren't you scared about that?
What you're saying now is not right before us as a possibility. We are just apprehensive of the way Nigeria has been moving on all these years. And if I were in the position of the president, I still would have done the same. As you introduced me, I'm a teacher. And if we are going to upload results came from somewhere. And most times there will be a challenge along that line. They revert to the hard copy.
Okay.
You do the hard copy.
Okay.
So the hard copy is a backup. There's no corruption. We are just afraid of precedents that it might, which ordinarily might not be at the end of the day. And it has not been tested to use this combination of electronic and paperwork, the EC8A form. Let's test run it. If you look at other parts of the acts that the president signed into law, you have a future in this country. For instance, the person that refuses to tamper, the person that decides to tamper with the RF will go for 6 months imprisonment or 500,000 naira.
Okay. Why we'll talk about that probably later on. Let me get your reactions over it, because he just mentioned the fact that this aspect of collation manually is standing in case election transmission of results, fails.
I've listened to the argument very clearly, and he attempts to make some sense until you drill into it. First of all, I'm not saying there should be abolition of the Form EC8A. Okay. There's never a time they will do results and not be documented on paper. But the idea is that when you now subjugate the electronic to make it look as though it's secondary or pedestrian or trivia to that on the paper, then on what basis do we now want to focus on electronic? What we are saying is that both of them should carry equal weight. There was a mandatory, because when you finish examination result, you must write it on paper. It's a standard requirement. Also, there must be electronic transmission result. And in collation, there must be cross-fertilization of what is online at polling unit versus what is on ground, on paper. So to now say that when the online phase should be jettisoned and we should revert totally to paper is an act in error. It takes us back to where we are coming from. It's an act of insecurity. See, as I was saying, it's irritating when Nigerian government just sit there every single time and they deliberately want to focus on ambiguity rather than clarity. Okay. This one is obvious and they choose to want to leave loopholes. The legislation that we uphold integrity and transparency is being jettisoned to follow what we result to chaos. If we go to election, ask him now, what will now determine what failure is?
Okay, how does this impinge on the 2027 election?
I strongly believe that they have created more problem in the future. Yes, a trade transition will now go to court. People will now begin to bring out what was a sample on beavers. Obviously, now screenshots of beavers will now come out in public domain. There will be some states where the presidency has perceived interest. And there will be shutdown of telecommunication network. There will be shutdown of, they will do anything just to ascribe failure to that paper. Then they take the collation to the unit. Results that have taken place in. What happens is this. It's hard for now today to now rig the polling unit. What happens is that they take the EC8A from the polling unit. Before it moves from EC8A to EC8B, they begin to mutilate it. It happens even in Lagos State about election. There's actual manipulation of results at the work collation centers. Why don't they refer to the polling unit and say, okay, when the result goes to local government, let us also check what came out in area in those units. They never do so. Because when they are alleged to be failure, they continue with the corrupt processes. It's just a loophole to sabotage the process.
Okay, well, let's get your shots as regards, implications for 2027.
I was just wondering, I think I know you very well. I know I can stand and vouch for you that you have never been involved in the election. You are talking as an expert or as if you have been rigging. All these things will not matter to their lives. They won't.
Okay, but how do we build the trust of the people come 2027?
The trust is there.
The predicament that people are already having about the Amendment Act.
It's not a predicament to me.
Okay.
Because
no, I'm talking about the gaps.
Yeah, there is not. There's no subjugation. If you want to insist, the thing is, we just want to argue about it.
Okay, but how do we make the people trust the process?
Yes,
we had the glitches in 2023. And with this development, there could also be possible, glitches that could in the aspect of the manual collation.
Those challenges
that could also break the trust that people have in the process.
The challenges we experienced in 2023, this amendment of the 2022 Electoral Act
tackles it. Tackles it?
Yes, it should. It should. Because I read through. There's so many clauses, clause 3, clause 40 something. You discover that the Nigerians most times we don't want a change.
Okay.
And it's a change that is we are faced with right now. We are just calculating. It's just like we're going to play football. That if we play towards the left, we'll go to the right.
Okay, quickly, what's the projection for 2027 elections? Looking at what we have.
Perfect.
Perfect.
It's really perfect.
Wow,
it will shock all. We're going to come back here.
Huge.
We'll come back here to discuss the profession.
All right.
Then I want to appeal that you bring two of us back. Then you have a recap of what we have discussed.
Okay.
Then you will see him apologize.
By this, are you saying that there's going to be less litigations? Or
less. To the extent that even the INEC funding.
We hope to see that.
INEC funding does not have to go through the bureaucracy of the executive or whatever. So it has been created.
All right.
So enable them have a kind of an unbiased election.
I take that as your final shot on this segment. Let's get your final thought.
I see the legislation as a piece of instrument, a step forward inside, but with some step backward. Lucratively hidden by the loopholes. So I strongly believe that they will want to outsmart the system, the APC. They are the ones who make the rule, they call the shots. They own majority of the National Assembly. We saw the people shouted, nay! But they said, the yeah have it. So we see all of these attempts. It's no longer hidden in plain sight. And we know they want to expand that issue of failure. They want to surreptitiously and nicodemously go behind the door to say failure has occurred. But we know that also the stronghold of the APC now is in the south. And yet there's almost widespread network in all the states in the south-south. So let's see where they will now incur failure. And we are waiting for them patiently.
Thank you. Big thanks, Shedra Kudugbai, former SSA to the Governor of Edo State on Youth Affairs. And of course, big thanks to you, Honorable Frank Amigo, lecturer at University of Benin. This is where we draw the curtains on this segment. But don't forget, we're still also looking at another issue or topic that regards ahead 2027 elections, where Lawrence will be taking a ride on the role of the church in politics. To stay.
All right, it's a beautiful morning as well, and we'll stay on the program this morning on ITV. So much to talk about, so much to unpack ahead of 2027 general elections. So the coast seems to be a bit clear. Before you know it, campaign is going to start, and this campaign is going to run through every strata of Nigeria, from politics even to the church. So I want to look at the role of the church in politics. What can the church really do? We see some of those politicians, only during election they visit the church churches. You know, they go there to meet the head pastors for prayers, you know, and all that, just because those are strategies also for them to win election. But what is truly and really the role of the church in politics? I have a distinguished man of God. He's a preacher of the word and also a teacher of the word. Reverend Lucky Ajanaku is a senior pastor of the Streams of Hope Ministry International, or Christian Ministry International, and he's live here with me in the studio to give us an insight of what the church can actually do when it comes to politics. Reverend, good morning and good to have you.
Same here.
Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
All right, let's start unpacking the conversation. You know, over time, someone sang a song, they said religion is politics. You know, one of our musicians, that religion is politics. But let's look at politics generally and the church. How do we place it side by side? Like I said in my intro, during election campaigns, you see some of these politicians who most of them don't go to church. But when it comes to election period, they're always visiting one church to the other. What really is the role of the church when it comes to politics ahead of 2027 and generally? Let's begin with that.
All right. Thanks for having me. And good morning to our many viewers out there. First of all, let's begin with politics.
Yeah.
What's politics? I think one of the basic definitions for the word politics is about activities that are associated with the governance of a people.
Yeah.
Take note of the word a people. Not just a particular set of people, but generally a people. And that makes it safe to submit that you can't alienate, you can't sever the church, which is made up of a people also, from governance and politics. Then what should be the role of the church? The church, whether we accept or decline it, the church remains the conscience of the nation.
Okay.
And like the conscience of a man, there are two major roles that the conscience plays.
Yeah.
First, it deals with you as a friend, throws caution, you know, cautions you on what line to cross and what line not to cross, what step to take, what step not to take, what to do and what not to do, and how to do. You see, whatever we do, there's a right and a wrong way of doing them. The choice is always ours.
Yeah.
Then the conscience treats you first like a friend. Then when all is said and done, it now treats you like a judge.
Okay.
What conscience is to the man, the church is to the nation.
What conscience is to the man,
the church is to the nation.
Okay.
And so the church has not just a role to play in how the nation is governed, but a very major role.
Yeah.
Scriptures are clear: when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. Okay. The church must, okay, you made mention of how when elections are by the corner, politicians who don't even go to church, they come into church to, they troop to the church to seek
for votes.
Seek for votes in church. That tells us, that speaks volume about the role that the church has to play. It tells us that one, the church does not just have a voice, the church is a voice.
The church is the voice.
Is a voice, especially being the conscience of the nation. An average politician who goes to the church to, you know, seek votes seek acceptance from members of the church knows and understands that probably without the church, there can't be a reasonable headway in the governance of the nation. About what the role of the church should be, I think in my personal opinion, the role of the church should be very, very neutral.
Okay. I think I love that statement.
Yeah,
should be neutral.
Should be very, very neutral.
Okay.
Now, we're talking about the church as a body.
As a body, yeah, not as a building or a
not
denomination
as a building,
or
not
a
as
denomination.
The church as a body.
Yeah.
Her role should be neutral. I stumbled into a clip some time ago there's this great servant of God in this state of ours. One of his branch pastors was vying for a political office, yes, in this state. And then he went to the headquarters branch, the headquarters of the ministry. And then his senior pastor introduced him to the church, to the congregation, and announced to the congregation that he was gunning for
a political
office. During the same period, within the same space, other persons from other political parties that were vying for the same office, the same position, came, and he also accepted them. That's commendable.
Okay.
Very, very commendable. All right? So that's why I said, in my opinion, the church's position should be neutral.
Okay.
That is not to say that privately we can't give some wise counsel to the people we pastor who follow us. All right? So the church position should be neutral, but not to be ignored completely.
All right, let's now look at a Christian, like someone who is in Christ, not a denomination now. You know, I was telling someone in my church recently, I said, if one of our big men of God in Nigeria today decide to contest or run for presidency, the church might not vote for him. Probably he will not share money like the guy out there on the other side of the divide is sharing money. Because what we've seen in our political space is a money kind of politics over the years. Take it or leave it. It is the party A that is sharing highest on election day, that even the Christian who has a Christian brother running for a position will vote for while leaving his or a Christian brother. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. So in these whole circumstances, what should fellow believers or Christians do to their brothers? Because we see people in the other religions too, when their person is there, they garner the support that they need and give to the person. So shouldn't it be that, because like you said, the church is a very powerful, it's as important as, like you mentioned earlier. So what should be the role of believers too in supporting their own when it comes to political office? That's someone who's vying for a political office.
Lawrence, I'll be very, very straightforward on this.
Yeah.
I think we are gradually gravitating towards a system where we do not vote for parties.
Yeah.
We do not vote just for persons, and we do not vote for relationships, but we vote for integrity.
Yeah.
We vote for accountability. We vote for responsibility. We vote for honesty. And whoever has all of the, you know, in can I quote scripture?
No, of course, you're free to quote scriptures.
In Acts chapter 6, you know what Peter said to them in Acts chapter 6? He said, choose from among you men of honest report, filled with the Holy Ghost and wisdom. Men of honest report, filled with the Holy Ghost and wisdom. The age of the person's association with you people notwithstanding, if he lacks honest reports, don't choose him. If he's not filled with the Holy Ghost and wisdom, don't choose him. All right? If I've heard talks about someone occupying a political office in a position of power, and then there's a contract to be awarded, and then he awards it to someone close to him.
They are their allies.
That cannot be totally wrong. The question should be, can he deliver?
Exactly.
If the person can deliver. So it's not about if, for example, let me take the local assembly and privilege to pastor, for example.
Yeah.
I can't come to church and stand and say because someone inside the church is contesting for a political office that the church must vote for that person. Even when I know he lacks credibility
and integrity.
He lacks integrity.
Just like you said.
He's dishonest. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because the truth of the matter is that we've always heard that politics is a dirty game. It's not a dirty game. It is the players that are dirty. Like I've often said to people, marriages don't fail. It is married people that fail.
Not marriage and not the institution.
Not institution. If it is the institution that fails, then there will be no successful one at all.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. So it's high time we started. Okay. I think, like I did say earlier, that the role of the church should be neutral. The major responsibility of the church should be adequately sensitizing
the members,
of the assemblies.
Okay, that's a
and also, let me say this without any form of apology. Also encourage her members to be involved in
the process.
Because the truth of the matter is that, to a very great extent, if you are not on the table making decisions, you soon become the menu on the table.
Absolutely.
And if it is about activities that are associated with the governance of a people, you must be concerned
about it.
You must be interested in how you are governed and who governs you. So the church, I think that the church has lagged behind for too long.
They've lagged
behind for too long. However, when it is elections time, we should not bring in sentiments and emotions that are covered with the face of religion. Okay. That because this person is a Christian or a pastor, he's the one that must be voted for. The question should be whether he is capable or not.
Okay. All right, we're about to wrap up this conversation. Always press for time on issues like this. But I know as the politics and politics begin to unfold, we will also be looking at this role intermittently, and you always be around to always talk to us. Definitely. But quickly before I let you go, 2027 is around the corner. The campaigns will soon start. Like I said, you will see them visiting local assemblies. No, by INEC timetable, it has not started.
All right, I agree
but
with you.
somehow politicians have started doing their thing. So we work with INEC timetable. So when it eventually start, like I told you, I've seen some politicians, they've started visiting somehow secretly. What should be the role of the local assembly? One, the local assembly. Then two, the body of Christ, like you mentioned, not the building or the denomination. What should be their role in all of this as we wrap up this conversation?
Thank you, Lawrence. Like I did say earlier, the role of the body of Christ should be neutral.
Okay.
And then it should be neutral. That is not to say that her fundamental responsibilities should not be adequately carried out. Like you did mention, some of them are already trooping to the churches.
Absolutely.
To seek. Like I said at the onset it tells any right-thinking Nigerian or individual that the church has a major role to play, which an average politician has not been able to ignore that. You can choose to ignore it, but you can't deny it, that the church has a major role to play. Now, if they come to church, first of all, the church is a public place.
Yeah, it is.
The doors can never be shut against anybody.
Absolutely.
Okay? When they come, they are most welcomed. However, their visit must be well defined and straightened out.
Okay.
For example, if you come to the church where I am a pastor, of course, you can't just come unannounced. You shouldn't. That's not acceptable. But if whoever that is presiding over the assembly has agreed that you should come, it is because you are welcomed. And then when you come, there should be a limit to what privileges that you can be given. For example, I won't give you my pulpit to talk from.
But some people do that.
They probably have their reasons for doing that.
Okay.
I can't introduce you, but it's not a campaign ground.
Absolutely.
It's not a campaign ground. All right? I can introduce you if I so wish. I can introduce you.
You have the discretion to or not to.
Then at the end of the day, even right in your presence, I should be bold enough to tell the people, vote credibility.
Absolutely.
Vote accountability.
Absolutely.
Vote honesty, and all of that. Playing a neutral role where you are neither found wanting nor guilty of any offense.
Reverend Lucky Ajanaku, Senior Pastor, Streams of Hope Christian Ministry. Thank you very much for your time. Like I said, as the event continues to unfold, the role of the church, the body of Christ, like you said, cannot be overemphasized. I will continue to look at this and the role Christians should play in politics and in active politics. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you. It's the TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a short break for our next conversation shortly. Stay with us. program this morning on ITV. Like we told you earlier, I'll have so much to unpack on the show this morning, but let's delve into another of our conversation we have on the lineup. Local government development in Edo State. Delivery of equipment to the local government councils yesterday. We saw the ceremony that happened at the Garrick Memorial School field at the Kenwan Road in Benin City, where the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, was around for that ceremony. I want to look at the impact in grassroots and local government development. The special advisor, the senior special assistant rather, to the Edo State Governor on special duties, Alex Uriesi, joins us live on the show this morning, virtually from Abuja. Alex, good morning, and it's a great delight to have you join us on the show. All right, thank you very much. Let's begin to unpack for the next few minutes. The local government, like we've always been told, is the closest to the people. But it seems like that's not what we've seen over the years in Nigeria's local government administration. But what happened yesterday in Edo State? What would you really say? What does it mean to local government development in Edo before we continue to delve in more?
What I can say happened in Edo yesterday was what happened yesterday in Edo was a show of practical governance. You know, most of the time we overuse these words and we think they are just likely. They are not likely. This is practicalism in its utmost form. You know, His Excellency didn't just hand over these equipment. 54 in numbers. Don't forget, we just have 18 local government. 54, which means there were multiple amounts of equipment given to each local government chairman, each local government area. He didn't just give that. He brought a practical person in representation of good governance, which is the person of His Excellency Nyesom Wike. Let's look back to Wike's time in governance. He is one of the governors that did constructions in his state back to back. He has one of the highest level of ratings of construction in his state, which means His Excellency brought somebody of replica to our state to tell us that we are going to replicate the development in Abuja and the development in Rivers in Edo State. Now, don't forget that each local government have their allocation and they have their ability to work. Apart from that, His Excellency has contractors and contracts that have been signed to work in every local government. He now went ahead again to procure equipment that will support these contractors and this local government area to function better. That is to tell you that being anywhere and everywhere, it is done and sealed. Graders were given, tippers were given, bulldozers were given, rollers were given. Don't forget that every contractor has their procurement for their equipment to work on roads, drainages, and all of that. Now, every local government has extra.
Okay, Alex, let's move into another part of this conversation now. This equipment has been delivered, and we've seen it happen already yesterday. Now, let's look at the maintenance of this equipment. How should the local government councils, because we've seen situations whereby the local government no longer grade roads, which should be their primary responsibilities. When you check the act that creates local government under the shadow of the constitution, they don't do all of those things anymore. But now they have this equipment. How far can they utilize it? That is on one hand. The other persons are also questioning that the public domain ought to know how much this equipment was procured, because it was the taxpayers' money was used, which it's not on the public domain. Let's look at all of this together before we begin to call it a wrap.
The first question that you asked is the job responsibility, job description of the local government chairman and what they should do with this equipment. Before we are even talking about this, we are talking about it only because His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo has brought this into action, which means it was never there. Just like you said, roads were never being graded, drainages were never being cleared, things were never being used. But now, going to put into perspective, the local governments have been given more work to do. They have been taxed on responsibility and practical governance. His Excellency is going to be watching. His Excellency is a major stakeholder in supervision. He's going to supervise them, and let's see who is going to fall short of what has been done. Yes, we will start to watch. We will create. I believe we will create. We have the essay on project and construction. That's Phoebe. I'm sure she's going to be involved in supervising and seeing what they are doing with this equipment. And just like it was mentioned yesterday, the equipment are not for renting for other things. The equipment are strictly for the local government. I'm sure the indigene of each local government will be looking out to blow a whistle or to whistle blow if they are used for something else. All of that is going to be put in perspective. As far as for the records for where this money came and how it was, it's nothing serious. It will all be visible for the indigenes to go and look at. We have every right to walk into the government house and walk into the State House of Assembly and ask for where this money came from and what they were used for. It is not hidden records. They are all there for sin. But don't forget, if this money was stolen, you won't ask this question. But this is practical government at its best, and it has been visible for all of us to see. His Excellency did not just say we are doing this and plenty roads and plenty construction. He has gone to procure more. So we should be asking where this money is coming from, and we should be thanking the governor for showing concern to our state. Our state, we used to be a construction site. Now it is a construction hub, and everything is going to go smoothly. All the bad roads that have been bad, all the journeys that have not been cleared, that have been stopped, that have been idle, are going to be paid attention to right now.
Okay. Yesterday, let's wrap up with this. The House of Assembly resumed its plenary for the new year 2026, and the first thing they did was to pass a vote of confidence on the governor. From your end, do you think 1 year and few months is worth analyzing and passing the vote of confidence on the governor? Let's wrap up with this.
I will wrap up with this. A year and some months is almost like administration, which is very practical and very true. His Excellency has shown practical governance. A lot of you laughed at my governor. A lot of you said what you wanted to say. But a lot of you that have laughed have come back to start making videos up and down.
Let's correct this, Alex. The media is not part of those who laughed at the governor. People out there. So when you say a lot of you, it's like you're tying into the media. No, we're not. So you can say citizens out there. I think that's the right word to use.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is because it has seen practicality in itself. I can see a lot of people praising the governor, and that is because that only goes to show that there is a report card for something good. When a child goes to school and a child does well, it is being heard everywhere. And this is what is happening. Edo State is now an example to other people and other states. They are trying to find the book on which and how my governor is doing all of this. But it is out there. They can come and meet him. He will answer them. Senator Monday Okpebholo is for Edo State, and Edo State will shine. Edo State is not just shining. Edo State is overshining. And I have the confidence to see what it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex Uriesi. From the media, we hope and pray that God continue to help your principal, who is the governor, to continue to do what he is doing for the betterment of the people of Edo State. I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for your insight into all of this. Thank you very much for joining us. It's the TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a break to hand you over to my colleagues in Abuja and in Lagos for the continuation of the show. Stay with us.
ITV is now for us over here in Abuja studio at issues from the concluded. Yes, concluded. We had no delays or announcement that has announced. Only those who agree to make it to what they feel was not right. So I have it is a politician, someone who in the someone who everything that played out on Saturday, giving us an insight of what transpired on his own side of the narrative of the election, how they are praised or still be blamed. Politicians for what we saw. Some persons describe as turnout, some said low or out of on that very day. I have Honorable Alas Aske, like I said, a grassroots politician. A very good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning.
I I know you've been here before on issues that have to do with FCT politics, but let me just take you to Saturday. I'll give you an overview of the election very day.
Let me start by thanking God for the victory we have from our team and congratulate my friend, that is Honorable that won mark and income. So congratulating him, congratulating to what is the is something that I sit here to the election that we are doing, but I don't know exactly the reason. Election has come and gone, and I think what I will juncture is to call the other party aspirants that they should come and try to join hands with those that win, bring their contribution toward the development of our area council. I see no reason why other people can be able to put much pressure on I must be. No. To win an election, in election, you must be, there must be a winner and a loser. So wherever you serve, you haven't got to go. And if I were to advise that to this election, I would have always said that they should not waste their time more in going here and there and trying to go into litigation or other man. Come on board. Let them join the winners. Let them help the winners so that they can better government in the area council.
I know those who you're upon to join or those who run the council may not really agree with the victory partly go looking at the way the election turned out. There was so much vote. Not blame it on a particular party, individuals. Well, already at a very zone, I can see NLP. She is someone, a strong advocate of ensuring that we have the right when it comes to or show. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, good morning, Nigerians.
Good morning to you.
Thank you.
So I seem to be having this audio from NLBs, but we'll get back to you, man. So I'm talking about the issues of votes. So many vote by area councils during the Saturday election.
Well, the area council, municipal area council, and I was able, as a stakeholders, to go from polling on another vote to another. I was able to go see checkmate that has happened in that election. I have never witnessed a vote buying because I called vividly in a polling unit inside Apple legislative quarters that people are they must be paid because they vote. I have seen something of that nature, and I received a text message from other people that people are here. They are not ready to vote until they were paid. I said, no, I don't think it is possible. And let me be open to you. As far as my party is concerned, on that,
there was no money spent.
Yes. Of course, there is no money.
The EFCC around polling units. That's we had about some persons were arrested. About 17 million was recovered from polling units, from the trunks of some vehicles. Those persons who went
in which area council, in which one?
The records are there. We had Kuje, we had Abaji, we have some like that.
So, probably it may happen, but with that, there was only run in the Abuja Municipal Area Council. Stakeholder, previous elections before now, there is a money given to canvassers. There is a money to stakeholders in order to mobilize some of their supporters being, no, let me come up. There was no any money used by APC on this election. And probably part of what contributed towards low out of the people. This election, because many they will not be paid and they will not go into anything. So the end coming out, probably that's what contributed. But I would like to make a question to you as a journalist. Please help me and help Nigerians to find out why the low turnout. Is it money, or there are some reasons behind doing that, targeting one party or the other on 27? Because this is a total, it was an election day.
But even INEC, it's blamed political parties for low turnout, because there was no much sensitization when it comes to area council election. It means you people did not so much on the persons who come out to vote. The attention, I want to be the area council chairman.
No, we have done a lot and we have done all we can as far as APC concerned. Because I can remember in every day that we went for a campaign, we do start our campaign by 8 a.m. and we can end the campaign by 10 p.m. We can go to 20 to 20 different communities, address them. So for
TMI on the ITV network. Sincere apologies for the break in transmission in our Abuja network center. But we're still here in Benin, not alone, a full house as it has been since we started coming. Anu Luakbo Stevens is still here with me live in the studio. Anu, what's up?
Well, great. A lot of things to talk about.
Absolutely.
The political part of it, majorly, you know, holding down conversation lately since Saturday up until this moment. Yeah. So,
they seem to be the freshest. Before we talk about the whole by-election and council election in Abuja, it's the El-Rufai saga. Everybody was aware last week his house in Abuja was invaded, ransacked, or rather searched, let's use the statement. But El-Rufai has come out to say, no, I'm going to slam a 1 billion, not 1 million, not 100 million, 1 billion naira lawsuit against the Anti-Graft Agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the ICPC, the DSS, the entire security architecture put together. Your take on that? Do you think this is the right step in the right direction? Because the lawyer said it negates his fundamental right as human. They did not inform him. There was no search warrant. There was no warrant from anywhere. So he has headed to court.
well, he has the right to push together with the lawsuit. But before we even move over to this conversation as regards to the lawsuit, I think the conversation should be, how did El-Rufai and the federal government even get here?
Yeah, how did they get here?
There are those who would say that he shot himself in the leg when he went for that interview with the sister station, and then he said so many things, and then the one that actually broke the camel's back was when he said that he had, initially we heard that it was someone who was able to tap on NSA Ribado's phone, and did hear that he was into some fraudulent activities, of which the federal government came out to debunk and say no, it is not. And from that moment, it was from one shenanigans, I love to say, up until the other. We saw how he was being, his passport was almost seized at the airport. He got almost arrested there, and then he eventually, on his birthday, submitted himself to the EFCC for questioning. He got arrested, he was released, he got rearrested. So it's been a whole lot of back and forth. And there are those who would say that this could have a bit of political undertone somewhat, because take you back to 2022, before the 2023 general election. This was the same person who was having a fun time, a flair time right there in London with the current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We saw him dancing and just having this beat of his time. And then there are those who would say, after the fallout, we now seeing that he has been a bit vocal. We saw him join the coalition party, and it's just been from one case to another. Now, with him going on with this case and pushing forward to see it in court, well, let's just hope and see till the end that it will not be just a push off aside and the case will not just die down like that. Because at the end of the day, this is Nigeria. Why is why are all of this happening and now with Erifai, that he is not in the ruling party, that he is not friends with the current president right now? They do not have a close relationship. But not to forget that, I mean, a couple of years down, they were friends. What really is going on? But as they would say in politics, it's
no permanent friend,
no permanent enemy, and of course, it's a game of political interest at the end of the day. So never say never. After this time out, we might see that the president might call him back. They just have a chit chat and all of the cases die down, right? So I mean, this is Nigeria.
A lot of persons also say if he had passed through that ministerial screening at the Senate, if not for the whole security, what did they use against him again? The security, whatever that was used against him, he didn't pass through the screening. Probably this is where the whole bitterness began or started from, because like you said, he and the president were pals. Everybody saw that when he was still the governor of Kaduna State, as the then governor, but we saw him taking his son to a public school. You know, that scenario was still there. A lot of persons are forgetting. You know, one thing that happened in Nigeria is once a new one happened, we forget it pretty soon. You know, so they were good pals, they were friends, they were, you know, political allies. But it seemed like there was a fallout immediately after that screening that he did not make through to becoming a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So politics or politicians, we always play their politics. While we here as journalists, as the media, we always be here to analyze their politics. But let's move to the next one. The area council elections. I know you have a lot to say about that. That happened in Abuja, the by-elections in Kaduna, Kano, on Rivers. Yeah. Of course. So much transpired. A lot of persons said that was not election, especially in areas like Abuja Municipal, that's the city centers, the Asokoro, the Maitama, the Garki, the Gwarimpas and all that. But I saw a result of the incumbent government, that's the APC, clinching more than 40,000 votes in Amak, that's Abuja Municipal. But at the end of the day, they said the turnout was 15%. So I was asking myself, how did he get 40,000 votes when the turnout was 15%?
Okay, so it's no longer news that when it comes to local government election in Nigeria, the ruling party in that state always clinch all of the seats. But there's been a tweak somewhat in Abuja with other parties. But this round, from others, all of the persons that we have, Professor Yakub, Mahmoud Yakubu, and all of those persons that we've had on board. So, well, it's left for him to come out and, you know, single himself out and ensure that the credibility, electoral credibility, has been restored to INEC, that people really have trust. Because, I mean, so many things to talk about as regards the election, especially as we move to the Minister of the FCT and say, oh, your job well done. And now we're seeing Senator Adams Ali Oshimole also saying likewise as well. I mean, I feel like the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, should be studied, because lately in the news, in the political season right here in Nigeria, he has been doing a whole lot. And then there are those who actually are fearing for his aftermath. But after all of this that's going on, would he be...
Stay with us.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the continuation of TMI from our Lagos Network studio. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. Okay, we're just going to be starting off the program by apologizing for the delay, for the little delay that we had this morning. Anyway, straight to our topic for today. We're going to be discussing education away from politics this morning, you know, a little bit away from politics. We're discussing something different that it is very important in our country, Nigeria. It's education policies and reforms. We're going to be analyzing Nigeria's education system and the potential improvements that we could have in Nigeria. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. Anyway, with me in the studio, I am going to be talking with Mr. Chris Ososa. Mr. Chris Ososa. Back is still the continuation of TMI from our Lagos Network studio. I'm Patricia Uremu Gabriels. We were saying that we will be looking at education policies and reforms in Nigeria. We're going to be analyzing Nigeria's education system and potential improvements. And I was almost introducing my guest in the house, and like I also have a guest via Zoom who will be joining us via Zoom. So I have in the house, as usual, Mr. Chris Ososa. Mr. Chris Ososa is a political and a public speaker. Mr. Chris.
Yeah, thank you.
I go to you this traffic, like you said.
Horrible.
So sorry about that. And so we have via Zoom joining us today, Professor Emmanuel Olubayo Ogere, Professor of Mathematics and the National President, Mathematical Association of Nigeria. If we can have him on air. Prof, good morning and thank you for joining us. We can barely hear you. If you can speak louder.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for finding time to join us this morning. Let me just quickly go to you, Professor. As a mathematical professor and national president of MAN, how do you evaluate the standard of education in Nigeria?
Well, 5 years we have been thinking about whether Nigeria educational standard should be installed. But if we can call our mind back that what we used to learn when we were in primary school, not what we learn today. What we used to learn when we were in secondary school, what was it to learn today? That has been now when we go to the application of education, what Nigeria was in the 60s, what Nigeria is today, we now have areas where the application of believe education.
I'm sorry, we didn't hear the last part of what you said, but if we do understand what you said, I think you're saying that what you learned in your days is different from what we are learning in school today. But let me come to the house where Chris is seated. Chris, what are the most pressing challenges facing the Nigerian education sector today?
First, I would think the infrastructure to learning is not basically on ground, and then the structure that learning much easier is still not very much on ground. So we need to work on those two, the infrastructure that aid learning, and then of course entire network system that makes learning, because it's not just about having education, the system matters. So if the system is not formidable, if it's not solid on ground, it will affect the quality of the outcome. So we need to work the system and then improve infrastructure. So that because today has gone technology, all right? So learning is technologically driven, so we need to, plug to that and make it very, very effective. So these are part of the infrastructure that are needed, that are at the same time lacking now. So the structure has to do with research capability. So our research capacity with our institution now is still below standard. So that needs to come up, all right, because it will aid knowledge, okay, it will aid exposure, and then it will also drive some kind of confidence in the student, to research and discover things on their own, and of course, launch into discovering things and then coming up with inventions, coming up with ideas and all of that. So it's structure that makes learning, advance. So we need to put those structures on ground.
We need to put this on ground here in Nigeria. Let me come back to you. Can we have Prof displayed on the screen, please?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, Prof. Now, it's a common man's question I'm going to ask you. Should I say 85% of Nigerian students are scared of mathematics, including me? Including me. Is there a particular reason why students are scared about mathematics? It's mathematics a very difficult subject, just like we see it.
It's very, very funny when I hear people say they are scared of mathematics. Because every one of us market, make transactions, and nobody ever cheated us. So when people say they are scared of mathematics, it looks very, very funny. Mathematics is a subject that is applicable in every sphere of our life. Whether you are in science, whether you are in engineering, whether you are in art, whether you are in any humanity, mathematics always treats everything. So when I hear people say they are scared of mathematics, I just wonder what the meaning. Yes, higher mathematics, they say, okay, but if you recall, when you were in primary school, you were able to do arithmetic, and you must have done it very well. But the society itself has created a situation where people want to believe that they are going into secondary school, passing out of the secondary school, that mathematics is difficult subject. Yes, some of the teachers that handle mathematics, maybe because they are not grounded in the methodology of teaching mathematics, they make mathematics as a subject difficult. So that perception is what we transfer to higher level by saying mathematics. But if you look at around us, you look everywhere, you will see that we all use mathematics, and every now and then we calculate miles, carry out transactions, you buy things, you collect your change, and you collect it correctly, which means you are using mathematics. So mathematics, so what we need is to make more appealing to the students. And let's talk this idea of the mathematics. Mathematics is that we all need in every sphere of our life.
Okay, thank you. I'm still going to be asking you one more thing before I go back there. It's about teachers, which was we go to, How can Nigeria better the train and motivate teachers, especially in science and mathematics class? I mean, because they need to be trained, properly trained, to be able to pass out this training to the students.
Well, we thank God for the government making to ensure that some of people are addressed. There is a new resolution, a new report being introduced now, where teachers are trained. Yes, we call it education rebound. Yes, now take those teachers who are in class to go for further training. Methodology is very, very important. You can be good in mathematics, you will be able to score 100%, but you may not be able to impart the knowledge, do not have the methodology. The government is trying now, they are introducing so many things that is encouraging that. The national policy on education is ensuring that only teachers with correct qualification in education are teaching mathematics. The unfortunate thing is that we do not have enough numbers. So because of that, we still have challenges in meeting of that target. So training of the teachers who are handling mathematics is one of the best ways we can ensure the phobia is removed, students are made to love mathematics, and the teachers are making mathematics more realistic. When you tell students you are buying mango, you are buying things that a student is familiar with, they easily learn. We can make mathematics real to the students, and this is the true both the law for mathematics and the teaching of mathematics.
Thank you so much, Prof. Let me come to you, Mr. Chris here. Do you think education is receiving the political priority it deserves in Nigeria?
Well, yeah, at the moment, I will say yes, but what will be the contention will be the size. But in terms of attention, obviously yes, because as we speak, NELFund is doing very fine. NELFund is a system where students get loan to school. So what that means is that the children of the very poor can now have access to tertiary education. So with that, you don't have to pay school fees, you have to worry about
Good morning. Welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Anwoluwakbo Stevens. Or better still, call me your social media butterfly. Now today we begin on the firing scene where on Sunday we saw soldiers killed a powerful Mexican drug cartel leader who was one of the most wanted men there and also in the U.S. Now there was no immediate confirmation from the government of the death of Nemesio Osguera, leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel. He had a $15 million bounty on his head, and then his death actually sparked a lot of reactions right there in Mexico. But let's have a feel of everything that happened over the weekend in Mexico. Moving over to how netizens reacted to this story online, let's have our first reaction from this user on X, Graham. The elimination of Nemesio Osguera, aka El Metro, is a major blow to Mexican drug cartels and human traffickers. This evil man was at the top of a sick food chain, and President Trump's insistence that we boldly deal with cartel threat is paying off. Another user on X still reacting to the story. Prince wrote online, "This is about justice and public safety and not glorifying violence. Taking down those responsible for terror saves innocent lives. The priority must always be protecting civilians and restoring peace." Alrighty, still on this beat, this user wrote, "There is Fire on the mountain there, and everybody seems to be on the run. Well, if you know that music, finally this user on X. Okay, I think that's all we have on that story. But away from that, let's move down here in Nigeria, Lagos State precisely, where the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria has confirmed that no loss of life was recorded following a fire outbreak at Terminal 1 of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, and of course currently undergoing reconstruction by the federal government. Eyewitnesses said people around the terminal scrambled for safety immediately the fire started, as emergency responders moved swiftly to the scene to contain the blaze. Now, sharing details of the incident on X, FAN, that FAN disclosed that firefighters and other emergency personnel were promptly activated. Let's have a feel of how it went like in Lagos yesterday. Take a look. Well, we're super grateful that there was no casualty at all. But how did netizens take this in line? Trust Nigerians to do the Lord's work on social media. On Instagram, this user wrote, "Nothing too serious, just a couple of billions in renovation would go down." Another one on Instagram, okay, this one is on X. Opeyemi wrote, "If fire service aren't on standby in the airports to quickly extinguish the fire, then something is really wrong with us as people." Well, still on this beat, Jad wrote, "Why all these fires everywhere? And we're not in Hamilton season, and no government investigations about the fires." Oh my God. Well, still in this one, moving over to another reaction. Let's move over to another reaction. This user wrote, "This is pure politics. Another allocation loaded." Minister of Aviation, Mingorsa. Oh my God, Nigerians and eggs. Well, away from that, let's move over to Anambra State, where yesterday we saw in the news that the Anambra State government has shut down the new motorcycle spare parts market in Inewi following an inspection exercise carried out across the market yesterday. Now, the market is expected to be reopened on Monday, March 2nd, 2026. So according to reports, the action was taken after several shops in the government-owned market were found closed in violation of a directive by Governor Chukwuma Charles Soludo mandating traders to open their businesses every Monday and disregard the illegal sit-at-home order of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra. Let's move over to the video.
The market, and this market is a government-owned market. You must open the market. If you are not open the market, you are sabotaging the effort of the state. For this sabotage that you people have exhibited today, it seems that some of you want this government to move forward. From today till the next week Monday, then if your people are playing or whatever you want to do, you can continue and go and have that holiday till next week Monday. Next week Monday, I can tell you, we are going to shut this market down. Next week Monday, we are going to
Well, you will recall that IPOB, the Indigenous People of Biafra, came out to say a couple of weeks ago that they have stopped, put a halt to the sit-at-home order in the East, right? So you wonder why this is still going on as of yesterday in Anambra State. Well, let's see what you said as regards to this new development. This one wrote on X. What about the daily income of the traders affected? Good question. Another user reacting, Ademola, says this kind of shutdown may be necessary for regulatory or safety reasons, but authorities should ensure clear communication with traders and provide transparency on the inspection findings. Sudden closures can disrupt livelihood, so accountability and a timely reopening are crucial to maintain trust and economic stability. Absolutely. Another user still reacting. This one wrote, this sit-at-home exercise has cost the Igbo man a lot. However, they seem to be enjoying it. Efforts like this are commendable. Now, finally on the story, Dami Flex reacting, sealing a whole market because people are scared to open is a wild level of tough love. He's trying to kill the fear by giving the traders a bigger fear, losing their livelihood. Well, we'll see how things go eventually in Anambra State. Now, finally, on TMI socials, a viral video of ex-minister Daisiani storms out of the UK court in anger as prosecutor presents evidence and recordings in corruption trial. Now, to let you know that proceedings has resumed in London in the corruption and bribery trial of former Nigerian Petroleum Resources Minister Daisiani Allison. And in the video, she was being asked what's her take on corruption. Here's what she had to say.
How you doing, Delaney? You alright? What do you think about corruption in Nigeria? Sorry? You reckon? Did you see what I actually assaulted you?
Have you got a video?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Anyway, you say the change is nothing. What I say is this. And it's very, very simple.
That's an assault, you know what I mean, Delaney?
We were nations before these people ever came in nation. A supervision of us, or a subnation. The end result.
What do you think about corruption in Nigeria? Really? I think we need to find who that interviewer was there in that video. But how did you take this online? Let's have two reactions. This one on X wrote, she is living the best of her life in the UK. Another user still reacting to this video, Shay Martins, says, no orderly, no security, no PA. Par, they say, is transient. And this is a beautiful note to end TMI socials this morning. Okay, let me have this one that says, how can you be asking corruption what she thinks about corruption? Ridiculous question. Oh my God, the street of social media is actually hilarious, and you can never have a dull moment right there on TMI social. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. We'll do this again tomorrow, God willing. Until then, stay safe. From all of us on This Morning on ITV, Lagos, Abuja, and right here in Adel State. Do have yourself a great day ahead.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Thanks for staying with us on the program Icons on Independent Television. My guest on the program today is an established health practitioner, Dr. Elizabeth Okorowa Okoje, popularly called Dr. O. Dr. O, it's good to have you on the program Icons on ITV.
Thank you for having me.
There's a part of your life that I'm also quite interested in about your impact in the medical field. Your dream was to go to the US and go to school. In a sense, that did not come on time. You went into business. And then, of course, somewhere along the line, babies started coming. And so share with us briefly your history, your journey in terms of your medical practice.
Okay. So what happened was, after the clothing and the fashion and all of that, so I now saw that when they invited me to one big event, that, you know, devil always try to come into marriages. So my eyes said, is not taking me. So the friend said, I will take you. The friend took me to this place to sell clothes, do all my thing. He was taking notes. Then he now went to Africa. I took their next flyer. They were advertising the next event. He took their flyer. Then the next event, nobody came to my shop. Then they said, we bought this $20 over there. And when there was him, I'm like, what?
Your ex-husband?
Well, the friend that took me there.
Okay, well,
he said I was making money. When they had
trying to undercut you.
So when that came, I said, you know what can I do now? What can I do now? I said, okay, how about I go to travel and tourism school? Because they had it in the school I went to before to learn how to type. I asked them, they said, you can do it in 3 months. I did it in 3 months. Then I was looking for a job. Nigeria Airways was there. I went to sell myself in Nigeria Airways. Nigeria Airways said, yes, we can use you. So I started being like a leg worker for Nigeria Airways, bringing them tickets, selling tickets, going to events, telling people.
Like an agent.
Like an agent. I sell tickets now, Then from there, I saw this cruise line and travel. I went into there owned by an Italian man. So the man was so big, I had 2 daughters big. So I was the one now taking care of them. I'm an agent to work, selling tickets to, but I will go out of my way. I'll hear the man coughing. I'll go there, oh, Papa, you okay? I'll sit in.
It's like a care job.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I was an agent selling tickets.
I mean, for the Italian man and his children, you said the man was on the big side.
Yes, I wasn't there for that.
Okay.
That was just humanitarian part of me. Yes.
Okay.
So I will not prep him. I will not do this. I will not say, oh, you don't eat too much. Don't eat small. So I would not like see me talking to them like something that will happen tomorrow. So the man became so close to me. He said, you are my daughter now. You are my daughter that is slim. These ones are fat. Then before you know, one day I came to work. Then some Nigerians, I came to introduce them to the man that these are my Nigerian people. They go to buy tickets from us. So I was the one selling tickets everywhere. So at the end of the day, I came to the office early. The man came. He said I should make him coffee. So I went to make coffee for him. As I was bringing the coffee, the man died on the spot right there. So then the daughters, they went into smoking, all day. Before you know, the other daughter died.
Wow.
Then the other one remained and told me, Elizabeth, how about I just give you, buy this thing from me? Can you afford the place? I said, yes. So he said, buy it. I said, okay. So the travel agency became mine.
Wow.
So I started doing, and I turned it to Liz Travel. The Lady Chris Fashion.
Lady Chris Fashion to now
Liz Travel. Then Liz Travel started going worldwide. I started selling tickets everywhere. So from there, anybody that want to buy tickets, they must come to me. So I applied to be a consolidator. People look at my volumes, so they gave me the title to be a consolidator. They made my business to be a consolidator.
Okay.
So after that, I was not still thinking about school yet. Then I was no baby yet. Then I was not trying to see, okay, since I can't have children, what can I do? I went to all the doctors. They said nothing wrong with me. They said, well, you have fibroid, but your fibroid is not in the front, it's at the back. That's not why you're not getting pregnant. So later I now found a trick where I was not getting pregnant. So I now decided to work on that trick. Then before you know, the doctor said, we need to do surgery. When we do this surgery, we want to make sure that your womb is set well. I'm going to do exploratory surgery to see what is going on. We put a pump through your navel and look at everything. I said, no problem. Book me for the test. We're waiting. I went for pre-admission testing. I was supposed to go for the surgery the next day. So my ex was upset, you know, not being able to pray and all of that stuff. He said they are giving him pressure, you know, from home and all of that stuff. Then I said, you know, you can go to Nigeria and get married to another woman. I don't care. But I will be okay. Now we have children. If you're patient, children will come. So at the end of the day, I now saw my phone blinking message. First thing in the morning, 5 a.m., I'm supposed to go to the hospital to pray for the surgery. I pressed the button, it was Dr. Murphy. Because one of my relatives, my best friend, the wife got pregnant, and the very day the baby they said the baby was going to be born, that's when the baby was born. So the lady now told me the doctor is very good, he was able to tell the exact date. Go see that doctor. So I went to see Dr. Murphy. I said, can I see your hands? He gave me your hands. I prayed on his hands. I said, with this your hands, doctor, you will give me a child, because I'm looking for children. It's like, it's becoming too much now. I've been married for 5 years, no pregnancy. Then always making money. So then the doctor now left a message for me. That's when he ordered for that test. And the pre-admission testing came now. In pre-admission testing, they check your blood, they check everything to see if you can withstand the surgery. They always also run to see if you are pregnant. So I saw a message, Elizabeth, you don't have to come to the hospital today. Oh man, sis, we're pregnant. We're 8 weeks pregnant. Wow. I said, 8 weeks pregnant? When I was running up and down, I carried my Bible, my chaplet. I put my brass couple, I put it around my waist. Food, I'm not the near stove again. No. I'm pregnant. Oh. Before you know, I really have my son, wow. My oldest son, wow. Who is 34 years old now. Wow. He'll be 35 in April. Wow. So we thought that was it. I said, okay, I have a baby now. So I can start my business. So I can start going back to my airline business and everything. So before you know, I was just like doing business again, not even thinking about school again or even nothing. I started doing, the money was coming everywhere. Okay. So at the end of the day, I was so sick. And I was getting big in a very funny way. So then I called my doctor. I said, I don't feel good. He said, don't tell me you're pregnant again. So we went to do the test. They said, I'm pregnant. Then they now said, you are just 12 weeks pregnant. You just missed your period, right? I said, I didn't even remember whether, because I just had a baby. Yeah. So now, they now did the ultrasound. They came, they said, oh, the fibroids are getting big. You have a baby and so many fibroids, and the fibroid look like hot dog shape. I'm like, what? I go home, I started getting big. Look like a man, hair all over my body. And I was only like 2 months pregnant. So I called my doctor, I said, I can't move, I can't do nothing. We got to find out what is going on. This is not pregnancy. He said, okay, I'm in the office. Come to the office. I said, I can't. I have to call the ambulance to take me. They had to remove my door to take me to the doctor's office. When my doctor saw me, say, oh shit, what is going on with you? I said, I don't know. You say I'm pregnant. So they now run ultrasound. The doctor now just ran, the girl ran out. Went to call the doctor. The doctor said, oh my God, 1, 2, 3, triplets. Wow. Then my wife said, wow, do they have triplets? I baby, they born 3 babies. I never see you. This so yeah, the doctor, they were planning, was telling the doctor, what can we do? The doctor said, well, there's something we can do. We can take 2 out and leave 1. I said, doctor, God forbid. He said, you know, we're thinking about you now, sister. That's my doctor. Because you have fibroids, you know, the babies will never survive. Yeah. I said, you are not my God. Give me your hands again. Should I pray for him? That's how they took me to the hospital. I was there for 5 months. Wow. I was in the hospital for 5 months. I didn't move. I was counting, and I was still doing my airline business. That was when I lost that business. The guy that was, when I had the baby, we were still in 1-bedroom apartment. And I said, we can't live like this. Babies crying everywhere, police coming every day. They think that my baby, I'm abusing my child. Yeah. When they call, they see that I have 4 kids. Yeah. So then I said, you know what? I told my ex, I said, you know, I told her I was saving money. I said, I'll be saving money. Let's go buy a house. I found a house we can buy. He said, buy a house, okay? Where? For white neighborhood. No. I said, no, let's go there because we can't be in 1-bedroom apartment with these kids. So I went there. Before you know, everything just went through. Boom. Bought a beautiful house. The house, they said, it was $159,000. So I gave them $100,000. My husband was like, where did you see this money? I said, well, since money was all the time, I started to learn how to save because I know we have children. So before you know, I bought that house. We were in that house, triplex. My house was full. Everywhere, people coming and going. Wow. America, God bless America. Wow. Nurses, home-hearted, everybody. Me, I didn't really do nothing. What they were doing, they would just say, sit down. I would sit down, we just be pumping the milk in a gallon for kids. You know, at the end of the day, I went to, one of them called me. They said, for your mental health, what do you want to do? I said, I want to go to school. I always say I want to go to school. Then the pediatrician said, you should really go to school and become a pediatrician. Wow. Because I never took my kids to the doctor. Yeah. I checked them at home, do everything.
So that's when you went into medical practice? And
no, then when I wanted to go to school, yeah. I have a mentor, an uncle. Not really an uncle, it was a family friend. But it's a family friend, okay. But it became like my father now.
Father, like a mentor.
Yeah. Daddy Oshokbekai, Mike Oshokbekai. Okay. Very smart man. So, and he said, you know, I will take you to the university, King University, because then I didn't have no papers yet. So I will guarantee you, because he went to that school with flying colors. I will guarantee you to go to the school. So Mr. Bridges was the admission officer, so they did all they have to do. He said, is she smart? I remember him asking Daddy, he said, is she as smart as you? Yeah. I said, yes, I'm very smart. I said, anything I do now, if it's 4 years, I will do it 2 years. He said, no. The maximum you can do, the minimum you can do is 3 years. Yeah. I said, okay, I'll do it 3 years. Then the uncle that said, you know what, don't go and be doing all those business administration, because I did home economics in college of education. Very good at it. Father Mesa used to use me to sing everywhere. So, and my uncle, Sele Jeme, may his soul rest in peace, and the wife is still alive. He was really there for me. He is the one that I say, you know what, I'm going to make him proud. You know what I mean? So he got me a job with NCE for level 8. What was my interview? And I got there, he just told them my niece know how to cook, my niece know how to dance. Father Mesa said, can you dance for us? I started dancing, flipping and all of that. They said, we got the job. So I was teaching in a dancing catering school in Benin City. Okay. So on that note, all that experiences that I went to America, I saw America, I thought America was good. Yeah. I gave my stuff out here. Oh, when I get to America, I'm going to buy another one. Get to America, press button, food will come. America is a struggle country. You have to be able to know what to do. You have to be able to make something out of nothing.
As we conclude now, what's your advice to younger people who today believe that they want to enjoy the best of life, but that commensurate work, that hard work, that determination and commitment to make a difference is not there? People just still believe that you can go abroad and then pick the monies from the trees, pick the monies on the road, and then you go to in 1 minute. What's your advice? Okay.
So what I would tell the yoga fools is that don't stay and let things come to you. You have to be the one to work and get it. Like I do motivational speaker actually. Okay. Go to universities, cities during the history month. Then I have my own talk show in America. So, which I'm branding here now, you know, Get Inspired. TV? Yeah, Get Inspired with Dr. O. Okay. So I'm getting my own channel TV here so I can, you know, bring it to my country and impart the country too, you know. So I always tell the young kids, I say, you know what? The life you want to live tomorrow can be determined today. Don't wait. Don't look at anybody. And don't be afraid to fail. Because when you fail, all you have to do is to take a deep breath, re-strategize, see why you fail, and continue moving. Why people don't make it, young people, they think that things can just be given to them. And that is how I raised my kids. I have 4 kids as a single mother. My kids were just entering teenager, middle school. When I woke up one day, I became a single mother. 4 kids, 3 the same age. I'm like, okay, Elizabeth, are you going to just lay there If I go down, my kids go down. So I have to make sure I don't go down, because if I go down, they will go even more.
Yeah.
Because me, I have some African survival instincts.
Yeah.
But these kids in America, they are taught this in school. Because if you think America is just a country where people just see things coming, it doesn't come. I tell people, it's easier to be successful in an undeveloped country than developed country. Everybody hustling want to go to America. If you cannot make it here, when you go to America, it's still the same thing. You're not going to make it. You have to be able to have a foundation, have a good foundation. Get inspired. That's why I have my program, Get Inspired with Dr. O Concept. Because I am the mama of everybody. I'm the mother of everybody. Go to New Jersey, mama, oh, mama, oh, mama, oh, mama, oh, mama Hollywood. My entertainment business is Hollywood. Mama, oh, mama Hollywood. Mama, oh, mama, my children's friends call me Mama Africa. Then my colleagues call me the Dogu Mama. So I'm like a one-stop center for everybody.
Okay.
People come, they tap on me first. What do we do? I start to see myself telling them, educating people how to really go from angle A to angle B. Okay. And when you fail, don't give up. Keep striving. Make sure you keep going. Focus. Work with people that are positive. If you have friends that are all they talk is negative, that will never get you anywhere. I always look for people that are better than me.
Okay.
So that I can learn from them.
Okay.
That's what you need to do.
All right.
And it's easy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been very, very inspiring, insightful, talking with you, hearing from you directly what your journey and how your journey has been in life and the experiences that you've had. And I know that this is very beneficial to viewers out there. Dr. O, thank you so much for coming on the program.
No
thank
problem.
you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
That's
Thank
our
you.
package for this week on the program Icons on Independent Television. Hope you had a great time with us. Be sure to join us same time, same station next week. We'll bring you another segment of the program. Till then, stay blessed and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ọ̀yọ́bọ̀ àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ojúde àtúwájú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀yọ́bọ̀ àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀dàyẹ àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Omonoba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soto rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the immortal shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
So welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoints, we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a NEPA people with a ladder. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. We should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before. After all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we made that transformer, got that transformer, we've been black out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Tessame, their office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got him there again. He said we have to go for all those things. We need to for free. All those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we were still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them, that the electric wiring merge. That was because that they now cut us off again from EOY again, which we not pay. Pay that much again. The Chiri community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said EOY is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if EOY is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout. So I told you this. So before we sort all those things out, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our NEPA. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 2 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their food stuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. You know, state governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. You know, we cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. You know, we should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo State, Executive Governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small J, those are better passing our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX, 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't be light. Children brought from abroad, the NEPA don't be light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. Look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security. Like those travel. If you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in these 20 years, so people shout, hey, they'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness. And then the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere. And some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that has that kind of money. So it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and every other. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, so I will give them at least 30%. They don't even up to 50% from the area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what will happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define electricity. Some of us will go generator for us, some of us will get solar, some of us will go generate a big blister. You know, all these people will get like hotel. So I wish the government will really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned iron for our hand. You understand? So people are going to go for it. And money, now they need to put, because that energy, that light, we really need that. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, government already put light, but in the evening, everywhere will be dark. So where there's light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, waiting, anything for that light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no day, we will buy generator. At least from office, I buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine times 1 month, I big money, until money. From then I will come see look at it, make come here say we want to go for solar. We can use solar to stabilize them, because solar they give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve on the light aspect. Without light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BEDC keep complaining that the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji.
ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi escapes assassination attempt as gunmen invade ADC gathering in Benin City. Gunmen kill palace chief, injure wife, abduct 2 daughters in Idoa, Edo State. President Bola Tinubu appoints AIG Tunji Disu as new IGP, replaces Kayode Igbitokun. President Tinubu says Nigeria out of the woods, best yet to come. Minister of Aviation Festus Keyamo visits Murtala Mohammed International Airport after last night's fire. Good evening and welcome to ITV Network News. I am Wilson Omasha. In Abuja Network Center, we have Victor Ogani. Victor, it's a pleasure having you on the news tonight.
The pleasure is all mine. Good evening, Nigerians. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast.
And of course, from our Lagos Network Center, we have Messelina Unkwo. Messi, so good to see you.
Beautiful evening to you, Wilson. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
All right, we'll now start off from the Benin Network Center. Former presidential candidate Peter Obi and some chieftains of the African Democratic Congress narrowly escaped an assassination attempt during a violent attack on Tuesday at the residence of former Edo State Governor and ADC national leader John Odige Onyego in Benin City. The incident occurred during a crucial meeting of ADC leaders where Mr. B was in the state to officially receive the former Labour Party governorship candidate for the 2024 Edo State election, Olumide Akpata, along with his supporters into the party. Donald Eyimie reports.
The meeting at Chief John Odige Oyegun residence GRA Benin State proceeding peacefully when suddenly gunshots rang out, forcing attendees including presidential candidate of Labour Party Peter Obi to scramble for safety. The assailants fired sporadically at the premises, damaging vehicles parked outside and leaving bullet marks on the gate and perimeter fence. Earlier, there was also a reported invasion of the ADC State Secretariat on Ogbilaka Road, where party leaders had gathered for Mr. Akpata's procession. Several people were reportedly injured during the disturbances. In response, Peter Obi urged party supporters to remain calm and called on security agencies to conduct a thorough investigation into the attack.
We'll make a formal complaint, and I assure you this cannot continue at all. We have a country. Yes, and we are part of the country. Exactly. You know, we cannot have terrorism terrorizing the country and have officials in government terrorizing citizens. It's not acceptable. You see several cars were damaged and everything.
Similarly, the residence of one Mr. Patrick Omoyegi Yamun, chairman of 10 Oedo ADC at number 31st Mobile Road, was also invaded, where his properties were destroyed.
The same thugs rush into my building, rush into it, and start beating everybody. Stab me, stab my daughter, beat up my wife, everybody, destroy all the chairs and tables.
At the time of this report, Edo State Police Command is here to comment on the incident. From Benin, Donald Ehimien, ITV News.
Edo State lawmakers have passed a vote of implicit confidence in Governor of the state, Senator Monday Okpebholo, over what they describe as uncommon massive human capital and significant infrastructural development across all sectors and the state achieved in less than 2 years in office. Assembly correspondent Joy Obaisiagbo reports that the lawmakers also on Monday received a request letter from Governor Okpebholo to consider Oshomole's ex-aide Andrew Momodu as commissioner designate.
The legislators finally resumed plenary on Monday, February 23, 2026, with votes of confidence in Governor Monday Okpebholo, citing significant human and infrastructural development achieved in less than 2 years.
At times, I will sit down to go through the budgets. I will always imagine where is it getting the extra money to do all this work. We just came back from a function where moving machines given to all the local governments. Anybody advising the governor, I think, advising very well.
Lawmakers took turns to praise Governor Okpebholo for fulfilling his campaign promises.
Mr. Speaker, you recall in this house when I stood up and moved a motion to get to my constituency, to my village, it takes me about 4 or 5 hours. But as of today, Mr. Speaker, less than 45 minutes, I'm already at home in Ewobanusa.
As the chairperson of the Security Committee, he has been working tirelessly. The anti-courtesan law, the big broad missiles that was passed, and what he's doing. As a mother, the women of Edo State, we are rejoicing because Edo is not calm.
Additionally, the lawmakers received a letter from Governor Okpebholo requesting their consideration of Andrew Momodu as Commissioner Designate. Speaker of the 8th Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, urged the Benin Electricity Distribution Company BEDC to stop estimated billing and meter residents. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has hosted state governors to a Ramadan interfaith iftar dinner, continuing his tradition of breaking fast with political leaders during the holy month. The governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, was among the governors received at the Aso Rock Villa for the interfaith breaking of fast, also known in Islam as iftar. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu reports.
Hours after the successful handover of construction equipment procured by acting chairman of the 18 local government councils in Edo State, Governor Okpebholo is in Abuja on the invitation of President Bola Tinubu for this year's interfaith breaking of fast. Governor of Imo State and chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, Senator Hope Uzodinma, led other governors from across the federation to the event, which marks the 3rd consecutive year President Tinubu has convened governors for a symbolic fast breaking at the Aso Rock Villa. Vice President Kasim Shettima and Chief of Staff to the President Femi Gbajabiamila joined the President at the iftar. Also in attendance were members of the Federal Executive Council. President Tinubu used the occasion to promote national unity and strengthening cooperation across party lines. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
Tragedy struck the Idoa community in East and West local government area of Edo State on Monday night as gunmen suspected to be kidnappers invaded the residence of Chief Jima Jacob Ogboe. He was shot dead, his wife was injured, and 2 of his children were abducted. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije, who paid a visit to the community to assess the situation, reports.
It was on Monday night when gunmen suspected to be kidnappers attacked the home of Chief Jima Jacob Ogboe, a palace chief of Idoa Kingdom. The attackers reportedly shot him dead on the spot, injured his wife, and abducted his 2 daughters.
Like I was buying something and I just received a call twice. So my sister just called me. They have shot that deal. The next day I just come home and saw my father lying down with a gunshot on the mouth. Like just everything just scattered. Like I was so surprised. What is going on? What is going on? And I discovered that my mother ever used cocklass to injure my mother this side, forehead, both here, and hit my mother belly, even with breast. Even the teeth, they used gun and hit my mother, and it's very painful thing.
The entire community has been thrown into mourning as elders and residents gather to deliberate on possible steps to secure the release of the abducted children and address the root cause of the attack. The Onoji of Idoa, His Royal Highness Alhaji Amendu Momo, appealed to the Edo State government and security agencies to urgently come to their aid and strengthen security in the area.
some group of about 4 of them, they came to one of our chief house and they shot him. Went away with 2 of the daughters. Nigeria police and the civil defense, both the army, they all came to this place yesterday night. Even this morning, they were still here. We need assistance in this area. I've been crying that the insecurity issue in this area, government should come and assist us.
Very, very sad that government tried to make sure that there is security in our land. And since then, it has been calm. But it's like they have gone to reinforce again now. Only for them to come now to strike from Idua side, and they just killed the man.
While appreciating the state government's effort in tackling the insecurity, community members lamented the growing menace of suspected herdsmen attack on farmland, which they say has heightened tension in the area. From Idua community, Chris Omije, ITV News.
If you just joined us, this is ITV Network News. We'll now move over to Abuja Network Center, where Victor Gani is standing by. Victor, over now to you.
Many thanks, Wilson. Let's bring you the news now from the #1 capital city of Nigeria. President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians that the country had emerged from economic and security challenges, declaring it out of the woods and pledging state police to combat insecurity. State House correspondent Ikarweta report the president gave the assurance while speaking at an interfaith breaking of fast with 20 governors, 2 deputy governors and senior officials at this banquet hall.
Unlike previous Ramadan seasons, when official breaking of fast with the president comes towards the end, particularly in the last 10 to 15 days, this one seems different, coming less than 7 days into the month-long fasting. Addressing the governors, President Tinubu emphasized resilience amid ongoing efforts to rescue the nation. He assured Nigerians that the country had emerged from economic and security challenges. He directly addressed insecurity, reaffirming a key promise to establish state police to combat insecurities in states and local governments.
Congresses and other local government or state level, I will advise those in the same party with me to please bear in mind that those little ones too, they do cry. Tolerate everybody, build the structure in this of faith, unity, harmony, and sacrifice that you are pleading.
The president also called for unity, sacrifice, and inclusivity during the coinciding Ramadan and Lent periods. He reiterated his call to spread development opportunities to local governments. Earlier, Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma, representing the Nigerian Governors Forum chairman, commended President Tinubu for fostering national unity amid religious and ethnic tensions during an interfaith breaking of fast. He described the gathering as divinely inspired. Vice President Kashim Shettima, Chief of Staff to the President Femi Gbajabiamila, and several cabinet members were also present at the gathering. From the new banquet hall, Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, I'm Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
Aso Rock. Desan Investment Nigeria Limited has reaffirmed its commitment delivering premium and housing to abundance. Development of over 1,000 residential units at Eden Hilltop Estate, Maitama District A10. John Tina reports that the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Desan Investment Nigeria Limited, Desmond Ofuseri, made this known during an inspection tour of the project site in Abuja.
Amid growing concerns over housing supply in the FCT, Eden Hilltop Estate, a flagship residential development by the Desan Investment Nigeria Limited, is positioned to deliver quality, secure and affordable housing solutions to residents. Strategically located in Maitama A10, behind the AA Rano filling station, the estate boasts good road connectivity and accessibility, enhancing its investment appeal and residential value. Speaking during an inspection of the ongoing construction, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Desan Investment Nigeria Limited, Desmond Okunseri, said the project is designed to provide modern, well-furnished and luxury housing units that meet global real estate standards.
I mean, this is Maitama. Anybody that hears Maitama knows that this is the heart of the city.
So in these estates, we are bringing in luxury, we are bringing in peace of mind, serenity. Hidden Hilltop is an estate where people think about, they think of the serenity of the environment. When they think about the estate, they think about peace of mind and the luxury that comes with it.
Some subscribers who visited the site to inspect the allocated units commended the developer transparent allocation process, expressing confidence in the timely delivery of their properties.
I'm here to tell you that our estate, Hidden Hilltop, is fully approved by FCDA. Our RFO is in handy. And for those of us that would like to walk into our office address, we are located at Shop C2, Iyemi Plaza, Gudu District, Abuja.
They are very reliable and sustainable. It's like a place you get a property back to get more properties. You really enjoy your stay here.
We just apologize for the technical hitch. Well, we'll now move over to our Lagos Network Center where Mercy Lina Ngwo is standing by. Mercy, over now to you. We're having some technical difficulties, not to worry. A group of engineers are on top of the situation. If you just joined us, this is ITV Network News. We'll go on a break. We'll be right back. The member representing Owedo West constituency in the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Richard Osaro Edosa, has distributed 3 joint admissions and matriculations board registration forms to over 300 students across the constituency. The annual initiative of the lawmaker is aimed at easing the financial burden on parents and encouraging students to pursue tertiary education. Ehusa Abolao reports.
There was excitement as students in Oredo West constituency, Edo State, received a major boost in their academic pursuit following the annual distribution of free JAMB registration forms by their representative at the Edo State House of Assembly, Dr. Richard Osaro Edosa. Addressing the beneficiaries, Dr. Richard Osaro Edosa said he is happy to sponsor 300 students this year. He emphasized that education remains a vital tool for empowerment and sustainable community development. He urged the students to remain focused, disciplined, and committed to their studies in order to excel in the forthcoming examinations. The lawmaker also reaffirmed his commitment to youth-centered programs and human capital development, noting that investing in education is an investment in the future of the constituency.
It's high time we change the mentality of our youth that keep saying education is scam. Some of my constituents, they are intelligent youths, but may not have enough to register for their JAM, to register for their SSC or their NECO. We don't want that to be a challenge that would hide their talent or even discourage them from going to school.
Some of the beneficiaries expressed appreciation to Dr. Richard Osaro Edosa for the gesture, describing it as timely and impactful, especially in the face of current economic challenges.
I would love to say a very big thank you to Honorable Richard Edosa for giving us this great opportunity to participate in the JAMB examination.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for the support you have done to me, give to me.
The distribution exercise attracted students from various wards within Oredo West constituency. From Benin City, Egosa Agbolao, ITV News.
We will now move over to our Lagos Network Center where Mercy Lina is standing by. Mercy, take it up from here.
Many thanks, Wilson. From our Lagos Network Center, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has visited the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos State following a fire outbreak that gutted part of the facility on Monday night. During an on-the-spot assessment of the affected terminal, The minister disclosed that the structure had already been scheduled for demolition prior to the incident. Igboje Queria has the details.
The minister, Festus Keyamo, accompanied by the managing director of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, Mrs. Olubunmi Koko, inspected the bond section of Terminal 1 of the airport. According to the minister, the building will now be completely demolished to guarantee safety and allow for reconstruction. He described the incident as unfortunate, noting that plans were already on the way to bring down the structure before the fire occurred.
A lot of our equipment were damaged. Where we went up to at that time, you saw, that is just a tip of the iceberg, because it's still not safe to go to the 5th and the 6th and the 7th floor. I mean, so many, for example, our NIMET equipment, our NIMET office where they read weather, that is totally gone.
The minister also visited a makeshift facility arranged to temporarily accommodate 4 international airlines affected by the incident. He assured that within a few months, a new and modern structure would be erected.
Terminal for the airlines that were operating in D and E, which is the Terminal 1 that was gutted by fire yesterday. So this tour for me came a bit too early, but now the fire has forced me to make a tour, because I was actually coming here in the next 1 or 2 weeks with members of the press to see that we're actually ready for the reconstruction.
Meanwhile, the FAN managing director, Mrs. Olubunmi Koko, alongside other senior airport management staff and emergency response teams, remains on the ground to monitor the situation and ensure normal operations are restored. From Lagos, Igboje Queria, ITV News.
Moving on, the Minister of Works, Engineer David Umahi, says Section 1 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway Road will be inaugurated in May 2026 for use. The minister will drop the hint after an assessment tour on the project in Lagos State. Igboje Queria has the details.
Engineer Dave Umahi said after several hours of inspection driving through the ongoing Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the progress recorded so far on Section 1 shows the determination of the administration of President Bola Tinubu to deliver on its promises to Nigerians.
This section, Section 34, which is about 3 kilometers, I've been told that in the next 7 days, the entire, some filling will be done. And then the entire road will be open to traffic, so you can drive all the way from Ahmad Bello down to Lekki without stopping. And of course, Section 2, you can go much, ahead of that, even up to Dangote Refinery. And so the deal is that by May, we want to have the Section 1 commission.
Upon complaints of vandalism on the project, the minister directed Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Jimoh Moshood, to arrest and prosecute anyone caught vandalizing the project.
We have to find a way of temporarily sealing the manhole so that they can't just easily open. But we have a duty to talk to our people. It's satanic for people to come and cut the metal fence. It's satanic for people to open the manhole and then dump refuse there. And the flooding is part of the refuse that we dump there. And so we are doing everything possible to ensure that we do very decent.
Engineer Mai said the project, upon completion, will open up economic activities across the corridor. From Lagos, Igboje Queria, ITV News.
Thanks a lot, Mercy. Welcome back to our Benin Network Center. The Edo State chapter of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has held a crucial meeting in Benin City to chart the way forward for the party. Pius Nsoga reports that the meeting, which had in attendance notable leaders of the party, was held at the residence of the national leader, Chief John Odigye Oyegun.
African Democratic Congress was originally founded in 2005 as the Alliance for Democratic Change. but later rebranded to reflect its Pan-African vision and broader political goals. The meeting of the Edo State chapter of ADC lasted for several hours behind closed doors. Addressing newsmen on the essence of the meeting after, the national leader of the party, Chief John Odigie Oyegun, said it was to ratify the leadership of ADC in Edo State and fashion out the way forward.
We've given tasks for the executive, the new party cards, the electronic registration, how we should respond and how we'll get our members to take advantage of what is happening now.
Commenting on why some members were not allowed to join in the meeting, Chief Oyegun said they are not their real members. Other leaders who include the state chairman of the party, Mr. Odion Kennedy Osas, Professor Osareme Osumbo, and a representative of the national executives described the meeting as a huge success.
Unfortunately, yes, so I learned. Also, we will find out what happened. I must confess I was shocked.
Fruitful deliberation. The meeting was timely. All the leaders who were expected were all around.
Any society that doesn't respect leadership, doesn't respect the elderly, is chaos.
Chief Odigie Oyegun has a pedigree, a man with strong foundation.
He leads and we follow.
It is very important that we gather at this moment and see how we can take not just Edo but Nigeria forward.
It has been a wonderful meeting led by our national leader.
The African Democratic Congress positions itself as a centrist party championing inclusivity, transparency, youth and women empowerment and national development. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
A former presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has called for unity and collective responsibility in building a better Nigeria. He made the call while officially receiving the 2024 Edo State governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Olumide Akpata, alongside his supporters and party members into the African Democratic Congress ADC in Benin City. The event, which featured the formal presentation of membership cards, comes as the ADC continues to gain political momentum in Edo State. Donald Eyimie reports.
It was a gathering that signaled a new political alignment in Edo State as former 2024 Edo State governorship candidate Barrister Olumide Akpata and his supporters were formally received into the African Democratic Congress at the party state secretariat in Benin City. Leading the reception, former presidential candidate and ADC chieftain Peter Obi stressed that Nigeria's challenges require collaboration beyond party lines. He urged members to remain focused on integrity, competence, and service to the people.
People are then those who claimed yesterday to be democratic and now today destroying our democracy, and all of us have come together to save our democracy for tomorrow.
Barrister Olumide Akpata, the Labour Party candidate in the 2024 Edo State governorship election and former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, said his decision to join the ADC was driven by shared values and a commitment to contributing meaningfully to good governance.
We have come in our numbers, those of us members of the Labour Party in Edo State, we have come in our numbers to join hands with the ADC in Edo State and indeed with the ADC as a party in Nigeria to actualize this dream that we have of seeing a new country emerge.
Other party leaders described the development as a significant boost to the party's grassroots strength and overall structure in Edo State.
On a new platform, the struggle is continuing to make this country a nation that cares for its population.
ADC is a party for all Nigerians who want to rescue our country from the hands of those who do not mean well for us.
The only way to go forward is for the people to rally around this party. This is the only hope that Nigeria has right now.
Earlier, Peter Obi visited St. Philomena College of Nursing Sciences to assess progress on the construction of the institution's main auditorium, one of the several projects he has supported in the health sector. During the visit, he donated 15 million naira to the college. The administrator of the college, Reverend Father Jerome Idibe, alongside staff and students, expressed gratitude for the donation and commended Obi's continued support for health education. From Benin, Donald Eyimie, ITV News.
We will take a break. Don't go away. We'll be right back. The Center for Moral Value and Justice has held a town hall meeting with a focus on fostering community responsibility and collective action against courtesan and kidnapping. Joy Obaisiagbon reports that the event held at the Victor Wifo Creative Hub on Airport Road, Benin City.
The event themed community responsibility and its collective actions for a safer Edo State, a call to ending courtesan and kidnapping, brought together government officials, traditional leaders, captains of industry, and students. Representative of Governor Monday Okpewolo, Special Advisor on Religious Matters, Apostle Dr. Sule Farade Azekume, emphasized the importance of moral values and faith in combating kidnapping.
Kidnapping starts where worse is celebrated without questioning its source.
Edo State Commissioner of Police Monday Agbonika outlined kidnapping strategies and the reality of the situation.
On the expressway, we were able to manage kidnapping from our deployments and from our strategies and from the intelligence-led policing that we employed.
Other speakers urged youth to collaborate with the state government to achieve a secured state and highlighted the role of grassroots leadership in curbing community kidnapping.
The young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they are the partners of today in the shaping peace, stability, and development.
All the transport union, we need to provide them. Let us provide these people you are going to have, know their identity, know where they come from, and let them sign one for you. The community leaders,
the event featured interactive sections, feedback from the 3 senatorial districts in the state, and presentation of awards for individuals that have contributed immensely to the society.
What are really the pattern of criminality? And we're going to be sending a clean copies of our communique to the government, so we can phantom different strategies on how we can curb this crime of kidnapping and courtesans.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The Commissioner of Labor and Productivity, Chief Godwin Esieshi, has carried out an inspection of projects executed by Chief Peter Omodunai in Edo North Senatorial District. Edo North Bureau Chief McDonald Irunokai reports that the projects inspected by the Commissioner are Auchi College, Auchi and Ogbonna Community Skill Acquisition Center.
Commenting on the rationale behind the visit of Edo State Commissioner of Labor and Productivity, Chief Godwin Esieshi visit to the project sites, a former Isako West local government chairman, Chief Lucky James, said it is to confirm the singular effort of Chief Peter Omol Black Dunia in renovating Auchi College Administrative Block, Sport Arena, blocks of classrooms, and other dilapidated structures, including the perimeter fence of the college. Edo State Commissioner of Labor and Productivity, Chief Godwin Esieshi, said his visit to the National Directorate of Employment headquarters in Abuja informed him of the effort of Chief Peter Omodunai in bringing succor to the downtrodden and complementing government effort in project development. He applauded Chief Dunia for his efforts and promised to convey the message to the Edo State Governor and the relevant authorities at the federal level.
What we have in Ogbonna, every trade, every facility is there, including housing the people that have been working there.
We have a son of Isako who is truly committed to his people.
At Ogbonna Community Skill Acquisition Center, the engineer in charge of the project, Engineer Kiwale Akingbeyi, elaborated on the designed plans and phases of the execution. The brain behind the project, Chief Peter Omodunai, explained the essence of embarking on the project and its benefits.
I'm not saying that, no, actually, just need to provide train the staff so that they can help.
Ogbonna Community Head, High Chief Vincent Agbodeheme Otsui, Okwepi of Ogbonna Sub-Clan, Aviangu, offered prayers to God to protect Chief Peter Dunia. High point of the visit was the inspection of project sites. In Ogbonna community, Isako Central local government area of Edo State, McDonald Irunokai, ITV News.
The Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Professor Idia Nibokun Izeyamu, has presented a 6-month scorecard in office highlighting remarkable achievement recorded despite a 4-month national strike that disrupted operations. Ofure Aneto reports that Professor Izeyamu unveiled a scorecard during a press briefing in Benin City.
Addressing journalists, Professor Idia Izeyamu said her administration met financial and operational challenges on assumption of office, disclosing that although the industrial action grounded activities for 4 months, leaving her with barely 2 months of active administration, her management strengthened the UBTH Cares initiative, improved indigent patients fund, upgraded infrastructure, and enhanced critical service units across the hospital.
And having functioned at full operational capacity for only 2 out of the 6 months under review, UBTH nevertheless delivered measurable and meaningful progress. New equipment was installed, including oxygen concentrators, sphygmanometers, infrared thermometers, monitors, defibrillators, suction machines, and other life-saving emergency devices.
The Chief Medical Director appreciated support from the federal government and other stakeholders toward ongoing projects aimed at strengthening tertiary healthcare services.
I want to appreciate the federal government led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, DCFR, who has also magnanimously approved a state-of-the-art surgical simulation center for UBTH. Executive Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ubewulo, we are extremely grateful for him.
The briefing ended with an inspection tour of key operational facilities where heads of units showcased newly installed equipment and ongoing improvements.
Any sickness or disease, the patient has accident or has other conditions, the growth inside the body, they will come in here and it will be localized.
We have a laparoscopy machine that will do our laparoscopy surgery.
This is the CT simulator dedicated for radiotherapy.
From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
The natives of Okokogbo community in Igot local government area Edo State have called on the public to disregard insinuations in some quarters that the ongoing grading of the roads in the locality was done by the local government authority as it is contrary to the reality on the ground. The natives in an interview cleared the air, saying the grading of the road was carried out by the landlords and landladies in the area. Efosa Wangwe reports.
The deplorable nature of the roads in Okokugbo community has since been left unattended to by relevant authorities for long, a situation that warranted the landlords and landladies to embark on grading of roads. However, to their utmost dismay, few hours after, insinuations from various quarters started to credit the grading of the roads to Igok Local Government Council Authority, a situation which the natives view as not only unhealthy but misleading. Setting the record straight, the Okaidele of the community, who is the youth leader, Bright Ise, said the grading of the road was solely carried out by the landlords and landladies through their financial contributions and nobody should take credit for such. The secretary to the community, Osabo Evidence Agbonaye, said there is no iota of truth from the insinuation and urged the public to disregard such as the grading was done by the people of Okokugbo. The public relations officer, Pastor Andrew Agbogia, said nobody can take credit for what he or she did not do.
You are problem. We know the zero the pass center us. We need help. We need assistance for this road. Make government come help us. We rely on local government and our governor, Senator Mato Bewo. He go free help us. He they do it for other community where we they see. Now our effort now tell they do this one so.
It's one of the basic problems we are having in this community. We don't have road. We levy ourselves with committee for the Okagila and the rest. That's the money we are using now. So it's not from anybody.
The well-being of our people lie on this road. So we are also using this medium to say the state governor has a good heart. He should also try extend that goodwill to Okokugbo is not about a 3-kilometer drive. He can do it.
Natives of Okokugbo community, however, said they are expecting Edo State government to complement their good work as a way of putting smiles on the faces of the people. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
We will take a break. We'll be right back. The All Progressives Congress chairmanship candidate in the 2023 local government election in Ikpoba local government area and aspirant at the forthcoming 2026 local government election, Comrade Sunday Debbie, has congratulated Honorable Sonny Ogbewe on his emergence as chairman of Ikpoba local government for his second term in office. In a congratulatory message issued on behalf of himself and party leaders in the locality, Comrade Debbie described Honorable Ogbewe's victory as a clear testament to his performance in office and his inclusive style of leadership. He stated that Honorable Ogbewe's leadership prowess, commitment to grassroots development, and ability to carry all stakeholders along have earned him recognition as a unifying figure and leading voice within the party in Ikpoba. Comrade Debbie commended the chairman for sustaining peace, stability, and harmony in the local government, adding that his administration has strengthened party cohesion and enhanced development efforts across the area. He described Honorable Ogbewe's life and public service as a reflection of integrity, humanity, and dedication to the growth and progress of Ikpoba local government area. An aspirant on the platform of the All Progressives Congress at the forthcoming 2026 local government election in Edo State, Honorable Sunday Debbie, has been commended by the Chief Imam of Benin Central Mosque, Alhaji Abdul Fattah Abulele, in recognition of his developmental strides in Uroho community. The Chief Imam, in the company with Muslim scholars, made the remarks during a visit to Uroho community, where he also presented an award of excellence to Comrade Debbie for his grassroots development efforts. Patience Osaogiwa reports.
This saying that a man's good works speak for him came to the fore as the Chief Imam of Benin Central Mosque, Alhaji Abdul Fattah Abulele, publicly commended the sterling leadership qualities of Honorable Sunday Debbie, who is aspiring for the chairmanship position of Ikpoba local government area. In his remarks, the Chief Imam commended Comrade Debbie for initiating and executing key developmental projects in Uwo community, including the construction of a health center, a town hall, boreholes, and an ongoing market project. He also offered prayers for the success of his political aspirations.
This community na Nigeria and they also enjoy. Amen. So that's what it will be for all of us. Amen. We want to give one of our brother here because we don't try for this community. When person they try to develop a community, the good way we also support them. We appreciate them.
Speaking on behalf of the community, the second in command, Pa Matthew Agbonlao, pledged the unwavering support of the people to Honorable Debbie. Responding, the APC chairmanship aspirants for Ikpoba Local Government Council, Comrade Sunday Debbie, expressed appreciation for the commendation and award.
To my amiable and respectful Imam of the Benin Kingdom.
He also appealed for the continued support of Governor Monday Okpewolo to enable him complete ongoing developmental projects in Uwo community. From Uwo community, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
We now join Osamudeme Osaigi of our sports desk for stories trending in the world of sports.
Team Edo swimming contingent have delivered an extraordinary performance at the ongoing Niger Delta Games, tagged Edo 2026, harvesting gold medals and reaffirming the whole state dominant. Team Edo powered its way to gold in the individual 100-meter freestyle, showcasing speed and precision while demonstrating remarkable endurance and tactical strength to secure gold in the 400-meter freestyle. The relay teams added further brilliance to Edo's medal harvest as the 4x400-meter medley relay male team and the 4x100-meter freestyle relay female team showed immense strength and coordination to capture gold medals. Elsewhere, England midfielder Ruben Loftus-Cheek will be out for around 8 weeks after having surgery on a broken jaw. AC Milan said Loftus-Cheek had suffered a significant facial trauma, specifically a fracture of the alveolar process of the jaw, and he had been discharged from hospital after a successful operation. The 30-year-old was carried off on a stretcher during AC Milan's 1-0 defeat by Parma on Sunday. He collided with Parma goalkeeper Eduardo Covi when challenging for a cross early in the Serie A game. Loftus-Cheek's head and neck were put in a brace before he was taken off. And that's it from Sports Desk. I am Osemidame Sagi.
And that's it on ITV Network News tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum reaching you live From Benin City, Edo State, South, Nigeria, I am Wilson Marshall. Well, today on the International Forum, we're diving into what is happening right now in Mexico. Yes, I repeat it, Mexico. The death of El Mencho is beginning to cause serious havoc across about 20 states in Mexico. I'm probably talking so much about this. Even Claudia is trying to tell the people that everything will be okay. The question now is, will things be okay? Yes, new generation cartel led by El Mencho, founded in the year 2010 or thereabout. It has grown across lips and buns. Remember that Donald Trump started this war intensely against drug trafficking. He accused Mexico. He also accused Venezuela, Colombia, Cuba, you just name it, of importing drugs into the U.S. that has led to the death of so many U.S. citizens. And instead with Nicolas Maduro, maybe, just maybe, he wanted to enter into Mexico, but Claudia, the president of Mexico, made him to know that they can really handle their own issue. Yes, a woman, through the military, neutralized El Mencho. Well, when the news of his death surfaced, it was like hell broke loose in Mexico. What do you think are the consequences of this particular death of this drug cartel, a drug baron, one of the toughest so far, that's been charged with so many crimes: drug trafficking, oil theft, immigration racketing, you just name it. And they took out the leader. Some are saying it was a right call, others are saying no, it is the wrong call. But what do you feel about all this? With me here in the studio to talk about this, I have a legal practitioner, public affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Emmanuel Obapolo. Barrister, thank you so much for making our time to be here this afternoon.
It's a delight being here. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right. And of course, from our Lagos studio, once we have this connection right, definitely be hearing from Chris Ososa, public affairs commentator. That is so vast when you talk about international relations, when you talk about international affairs. You get to realize that when you start analyzing, you get to know that really Nigerians are definitely in tune with what is happening globally. That's why this program was created by ITV, to keep you abreast of what is going on around the world. All right, now El Mencho is dead. There are backlashes here and there. Barrister Mano, what can you say about this?
Well, the cloud is dark and heavy just now in Mexico, and you would agree with me that the situation over there is tensed. But come to think of it, countries or states in international law that allow individuals to begin to involve in drug peddling and all manner of abusive character, you find you have a situation like this. The man called El Mencho formed this cartel known as the Jalisco New Generation Cartel in Mexico in the year 2010, to be precise. And thereafter he began to build so many things, build the cartel to the extent that they have so much money, or monies, as the case may be, in their possession, and they were involved in every manner of crime. They could be properly described as above the law persons in that state called Mexico. Now, at a point when Donald Trump became the president of America, the man had an agenda, and one of his agenda, which metamorphosed to become his mandate, is to see how he could fight drug peddling, not just in the United States of America, but other states around or that shares boundary with the United States of America. And we saw how he was able to trap Maduro, and today we are talking of the man known as El Mencho from Mexico. And you know, in the military of Mexico had to intervene to see how they could get him arrested. Their intention was not to kill him from the facts made available, The intention was to get him arrested and probably carry out investigation to know how they could go from there. But to their amazement, there was an attack on them, and that was what led to the gun duel between the military and El Mencho cartel group. And at that spot, about 20 persons from the group died. But you can see that what is really making the news just now, or the name that is ringing the bell, is just the man called El Mencho. And he was captured, injured, but on the way, he died. About 20 cities in Mexico, inclusive the capital, Mexico City, has become a den of outrage. And we see a lot of calamities and a lot of attacks. They attack banks, attack supermarkets, attack businesses to see how they can make their grievances known to the whole world. And today, even Jalisco is one of the cities to host the forthcoming World Cup.
We will come into that.
Yes, and it's just boiling just now. Mexico is indeed bleeding, courtesy of the death of El Mencho. So to the extent that even the military now is now battling with the internal catastrophe that once upon a time the military pampered, or the government of the day pampered, and here we are. So what it goes to tell, that in every state or every country of the world or nation of the world, that drug peddling should be something that should be handled with stiff restriction.
All right.
But where we have a situation where you even have the drug peddlers in position of leadership, where do we go?
All right, I'll come back to you, Barrister Emmanuel Obapolo. Let's move straight down to Lagos, where we have Chris Ososa. Chris, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good, my brother.
Oh. What is happening right now in Mexico? So what do you feel about it? Do you feel that Claudia, the president of Mexico, is doing the right thing by going all out against drug cartel? Remember that this drug war has been on in Mexico for over 3 decades and counting.
Yeah, she's doing what she can to curtail the reprisal coming from the group, the JNG, because they are boiling seriously. Like the guest in the studio there with you rightly said, over 20 cities in Mexico are boiling at the moment. Over 25, National Guards has been killed as a result of the killing of El Mencho, who by real name is actually Nemesio Ruben Oseguera, Cavetes. Okay, so they're pumping out to really create much havoc, and then the president too is trying to hold the ground, to push the fact that they're in control of this. The military are in charge of it. They're trying to do what they can do best. And then right now, they've sent out quite over 2,500 more military, all right, into the street to control, the havoc that is going on right now. Because if they're not doing this, the cartel has the capacity to send half of Mexico on fire. The other capacity, they've been very violent. They've been very horrible, yeah. And then, so the best thing to do is also to show some kind of strength, to confront them, and then to try to slow them down. Because if that is not done, Mexico will be a disastrous place to be. So the president, she's doing great. She's doing well. I mean, you can tell she has a Jewish blood. No, she's bold. And then she's taking the bull by the horn.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, you heard Ososa. He said, from what Claudia is doing, she's doing well. But some are saying, for El Mencho to be killed, that was a huge mistake. Because this war against drug cartels in Mexico has been on for quite a long time. Some accused previous administration of pampering them. Filippo did his best while he was president, but right now Claudio is like, taking it all out. Going after them headlong, knowing fully well that these cartels, they have,
tentacles around the state of Mexico and beyond. Was that the right approach? Was killing El Mencho a huge mistake on their part?
Like I did say from the outset, it was not intentional to kill him. But you know one thing about drug peddling? Drug peddling is a chemistry, a chemical reaction rather, a chemical reaction that is not only internal but also external. What do I mean by that? You have neighboring countries, like you have Mexico, you have Venezuela, you have Cuba, you have what is it called? Colombia. All of this country is known with drug peddling. You have cartels, strong cartel. And you know, like they say in this part of the world, that once you have the money, you can command even the fly to sit. So in Mexico, this cartel has built, they are so strong to the extent that they've built themselves wherein they can command anything. So as the military, the president just now of Mexico has taken a bold step. I refer to her as Junior Bubu.
Junior Bubu
happens to be the nickname for Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. You can see the Jewish blood, you can see the DNA speaking. A woman of her status who can boldly confront what other presidents before her feared. So I think it's a good fight. I think she should stand her ground. Like again, El Mencho was to be arrested so that investigation could commence. Then they can get to know what is really happening with respect to the drug cartel. But here we are, he resisted. In fact, his group shot the first bullets at the military. And the military, in trying to counter them, they got down El Mencho. Now, in trying to take him to the hospital, on the way the man died. So you cannot say that he was intended to be killed. No, not at all. But here we are, he's dead now. And the group is saying, oh, we are going to cause mayhem, we are going to cause crisis, we are going to cause chaos in Mexico. I think it is time for the military to take their stand and ensure that they protect the state called Mexico against every form of invasion, against drug peddling, against drug baron, and against the so-called big boys. This fight just now is a battle for the big boys and not for the small boys. So I see the president taking a stand, and I wish her well. And I do hope that at the close of the day, Mexico will come out victorious. I think there is this needful to wipe out drug peddlers from every part of the world.
All right, now let's move on to Lagos, where Chris is standing by. Chris, some of the people know that this drug thing has eaten so deep into the fabric of Mexico. Protonate might just be uprooting the structure, so to speak, on the ground of some cities, if not almost all of the cities in Mexico. This will lead to more chaos in the sense that there'll be this fight who to occupy the vacuum created by the death of El Mencho. What do you feel about that assertion?
All right, for a start, definitely the group, CNG, was weakened by the death of El Mencho. All right, now to further weaken the group, there's going to be internal conflict of who to take over. So it might lead to that group, breaking into blocks. All right, and that will weaken the connection that group was having before the death of El Mencho. And then also there are other rival group, all right, that will also want to claim some of the territories of JNG. Okay, so that infighting, in some way will weaken them, because when they fight among themselves like that, it can also be very brutal. And then they reduce their strength, in numbers, and then what they do. So this is a good
Chris, are you there?
The cooperation of the US, all right, to deepen that fight, to hold the ground and try to maximize, pulling down the influence of drug cartel. Sadly, it's one, menace, drug peddling that's eaten so deep into the fabric of Mexico. So it's not what they can just uproot overnight. they started in the right direction, all right, by going for this very strong man. Now he's down. They should then do what I would call a strong coordination to ensure that they don't regroup powerfully and they continue to bring them down. Because it's not enough to take out the leader. You must do something about the structure. You need to go after the structure and then expect the worst from them. And that's what they're going to do, because the group want to show strength, so they're going to be very hard on the Mexico as a nation. But the president needs to be very brave now that this battle has begun. So you have to go all out, because it's going to be brutal. So you have to respond with strength, all right? But very importantly, leverage on the kind of intelligence that the U.S. is providing to go after the network, the structure, and pull them down. Because Donald Trump leading the U.S. is doing a lot, in pulling down the drug syndicates, in Venezuela, and then in, all the surrounding nations around Mexico, because they all major in drug dealing and all of that. So the Mexican president should do well to accept the cooperation of the U.S., in intelligence, and then, if need be, military support. And then there's nothing wrong with that. So that they can just go all out and then weaken the state of the menace of drug trafficking in Mexico particularly, because the menace is horrible. And then I had the guests in the studio there with you mention how that, of course, they are hosting the World Cup. And if things are not done right, the World Cup is just in June. And if it's not curtailed right now, Mexico will not be a friendly place to be.
All right, if it's not curtailed right now, Mexico will not be a friendly place to be. But this is not the first drug baron that has been killed in Mexico. There have been others. Some are saying this Mencho is just in the new generation. His own kind of, there have been greater drug barons, drug cartel, even bigger, stronger in connection and network, more than what El Mencho was heading. Yes, the leaders were taken off, but still, it didn't even stop the drug trafficking from Mexico to other countries. Rather, they became so numerous in number. Now, if you had the death of this El Mencho, we would do something to the cartel or the networks operating in Mexico.
I don't believe so. That with the elimination of El Mencho, or the taking away of El Mencho, that there is going to be this break in connection with respect to drug peddling in not just Mexico, but other surrounding sister states around Mexico, like Cuba, like Colombia, and Venezuela. Because you see, one thing about drug peddlers don't just build a tent. What they do, they build a kingdom. They build an empire of their own. They begin to have this network, and they are so powerful. Some of them are even involved in politics. Some of them are sponsors of political parties. So because of all of this strength they were able to garner over the years, they try to see that their voice is heard even in the political situation in every state they find themselves dwelling. So with this one just now, that the Mexican government led by the president just now, that I give her a term as the commander-in-chief, just as you see Benjamin Netanyahu doing in Israel. If Benjamin Netanyahu had folded his hands to say, oh, the terrorists are so powerful, we will not go anywhere, today Israel won't be smiling. Yes, so I want to see her taking a stand, and I want to see this synergy between the United States of America, just like the guest via Zoom said, between the United States of America and the Mexican government, to see how, one, Mexico could be protected, if for nothing, but because of the hosting right vested on them of the forthcoming FIFA World Cup, to see how these projects, this mandate, this assignment that is being carried out now, to see how they could puncture the network of these drug peddlers does not, at the end of the day, deter or affect the hosting right of Mexico with respect to the forthcoming FIFA World Cup. So there should be, the government should take their stand. And I want to tell you, Wilson, that to my mind, I absolutely agree that I see that even if the drug peddlers are not eliminated, or because it will not be easy just now, but there could be this fear inside of them. Some of them could begin to take their heels also, because by the time they see that they are not holding grip, because some of the states in Mexico just now, they are holding grip. They have this empire, like I did say from the outset. They have empire that they hold on to, that they've been to build over the years. So El Mencho has a very dangerous group, unlike other drug peddlers, heads of other drug peddling cartel rather, that we've seen over the years. They were not as dangerous as that of El Mencho. El Mencho did not just build a cartel, but he built a dangerous constituency. And just now, the United States of America and the Mexican government are trying to see how they could puncture them, displace them, so that the network may not be there any longer. And I see them falling, just that they are falling just now.
All right, you see them falling. Well, let me go to Chris. Chris, you might just want to remember that there's this assertion that these drug barons or this drug cartel controls at least more than 30% of the economy of Mexico. Now, with this elimination of El Mencho, do you feel that the GDP, so to speak, of Mexico will be affected because some of these countries rely on this cartel to make things go economically in their country? And that seems to be one of the cry of Donald Trump against countries supporting drug peddlers.
Obviously, the immediate consequence will be very harsh on the Mexican system. Because what makes these drug peddlers very powerful is because they are entrenched in every life service of Mexico. All right, they are involved in the politics of Mexico. They're involved in the economy of Mexico. They're involved in a whole lot of stuff. You even be shocked that even local economy, the microeconomy also get some kind of benefit from them, because they spread some kind of economic values across board. So this makes them very, very powerful. So they have their influence cut across board. So it's always very difficult to fight them and uproot them. So obviously, with what is happening now, it will have some harsh effect, immediate effect on Mexico as a system, as a nation. But at this point, the government of Mexico should be able to communicate well with the people of Mexico, and then try to make them understand what should be expected, and then what the promises of a fresh beginning will be, and all of that, so that people can be carried along. Like I said earlier, because the U.S. is providing intelligence for the Mexican government, they should tighten that hold, because the U.S. have capacity of planting undercover into the drug system. So that way, they will have a chance of going after the structure. Because if they don't do that, these guys will regroup. Though I see that the group will not be the same after the death of Mencho, because the truth is this: there will be a tussle for leadership. And then those that will lose out in that tussle, some of them want to break away. So the power for now, their influence for now, could be tapped, all right, broken, but they should not allow them to regroup into that force again. So it is important they maximize what they can get from the U.S. to further break them down, and importantly, find a systematic way to go after the structures. It's important, because it's not enough to kill the leader. If you just stay there, another leader will emerge. And that's what's been happening. So you have to go after the structure, find a way to do that. The U.S. can help greatly with that. They have to work, although you be careful of Trump, because Trump is a business person. Once he is offering help, he wants to get something back in return. However, you must be bold enough to go after the strategy, the system, the network of the drug cartel, not just with this particular group, but even with the rival groups. Because over the years, over decades, they've entrenched, the drug cartel thing have entrenched themselves into the life of Mexico. That, in fact, as a matter of fact, if you're going to say 2-3 things about Mexico, drug trafficking will come up as top 3. It's been that bad with Mexico and some other countries around them. So very importantly, they should go after them. Mexico will suffer the brunt for now. It will affect the economy. It will affect the stability of the nation. It will affect the peace.
All right.
To confront it all.
Thank you so much, Chris. I will come back to you. Well, you heard him talking about affecting the economy. But that was a question I read. They say, yes, it's going to really affect the economy. Because if you take a look at the statistics, someone saying out of every 10 families, at least 6 to 7 of the family have an affiliation with a drug cartel, because that seems to be their way of life. And they're of the opinion that you taking out the leader, El Mencho, is like you fighting against Mexico as a country, because after all, like, you know, this big web or big branch connected together. You think this government will win this battle? Because like fighting every family in and of course across these 20 cities in Mexico.
Yes, it is going to be an Herculean task. It is going to be a very difficult one with respect to the economy of Mexico, because the drug peddlers contribute about 30% in the GDP of Mexico. Good and fine. But then the question will be, do we now say because of their contribution to the development or to the growth of the GDP of Mexico, then crime should be allowed to grow? The answer is a no. So I think the president has taken a bold step. Whether or not crime, the proceeds of crime, I do not think is anything that any nation should be proud of. Most of these South American countries are deep into drug peddling. In fact, if you want to look for a drug peddler, go to Southern America. You will see drug peddling. South American countries are deep into all of this. But again, we want to see how we can make the world a better place for every one of us, because the human life is what we are talking about, and every living being has right to life. But these drug peddlers, their activities alone is so harsh, their activities is so cruel, their activity is so terrible, to the extent that drug peddlers can sniff off life from any person at any time they want. And they tell you nothing is going to happen. So I now see a woman, a man in a woman who has been able to say, no, let me take this step. Maybe she'll be encouraged.
You just hold on right now. I want to go for a break. When we return, we'll continue this discussion. Do not go away. We'll be right back. It's all about the death of El Mencho, the consequences in Mexico. Don't go away. Much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, and we're taking a look at the death of El Mencho. Yes, one of the greatest, so to speak, right now, new generation drug lord that was killed by the Mexican military and is causing so much mayhem in Mexico. Government properties destroyed, public properties destroyed, people losing their lives all because of this. And of course, you must know that there's this squabble also to fill the particular vacuum created by the death of El Mencho. Claudia, the president of Mexico, she's doing her best, but some are saying the best might not just be good enough. And I have Barrister Emmanuel Obakpalo with me in the studio, and joining us virtually from our Lagos Network Center, we have Chris Ososa, and they are trying to give you their views and opinion about what is going on in Mexico. You're making a point, Barrister, before we went on that break. Please anchor the point you were giving about the GDP, and 7 out of 8 families do have drug peddlers in Mexico. How can this war be won?
Yes, this dwell just now between the government of Mexico and the drug peddlers is a one that is very difficult and also harsh on the drug peddlers. To my mind, I think that is a ton snag on the drug barons. And you know, like this part of the world, we have religious indoctrination, but over there in Mexico, what they have is drug indoctrination. So it is going to be a very, very big one. Family members in Mexico you have at least one person or two from every family that is involved in drug peddling. So with that, you would agree with me that the population of drug peddlers in Mexico is a very high one if you carry out this a vivid census. But to also say that drug peddling should be allowed, to my mind, I think it is something that the whole world should gather and fight. So the step, the boldness, the courage taken by the Mexican government just now, with synergy from the United States of America to fight drug peddling, I think it's a good one. And the death of El Mencho, we should also look at it from this angle, that chemistry, that connection that we have, that chain reaction among the drug peddlers, I think will be punctured, and there every one of them will be gasping for breath, wherein they will see how they want to survive. Drug peddling is not only the business that one should be engaged in. I think there should be other better things to do to improve whether the economy macro or micro. But since some of them have taken steps to begin to involve, because over the years, so government after government are just silent, pretend to fight the war of drug peddling. But this one has come with the courage to say, I will fight drug peddling to a standstill. And I give her kudos to that. And so I think I kowtow her to go ahead and fight drug peddlers.
All right, now let's move over to Lagos, where Chris is standing by. Chris, as it stands right now, the U.S. is giving intel, while Claudio and, of course, our own persons or military personnel security agencies are the one carrying out some of these activities, dismantling, drug cartels in Mexico. Some of the people that the U.S. should send troops to assist Claudio in fighting this war, that giving intel might not just be enough. Now, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I quite agree with that narrative, because now it's like Mexico has, beaten a lion. So the lion will come at them ferociously. So they have to be on guard. They have to get all the help they can, muzzle, to confront what will be hitting, the state of Mexico. So if the U.S. will be supporting with military might, that will be a welcome development, all right? Because the crime that these drug peddlers perpetrate in Mexico is disheartening. Just between year 2000 and now, over 119 journalists have been killed. Because going by the nature of the work of journalists, they want to expose, things that are happening, they are not going right and all of that. And then the drug lords are not happy with them. So over 119 journalists has been killed. You discover that the impact on the society has been high, on high violence, diversified crime, impunity, corruption, and all of that. So you cannot continue like that as a nation. So what they also do is that they flood the economy of Mexico with what you call bad money in economy. All right, now you cannot build on bad money for too long. You need more structural system for your economy to survive, because if you keep banking on bad money that is drug guys put into the economy, you are going to shoot yourself in the foot along the line, because it's not sustainable. All right, so you need to go all out, as we've said. They must understand there will be consequences to this killing. It's going to be heavy and brutal, but they need to go all the way. Now is the time, to target that, to dismantle the structure of the drug system in Mexico. You have to go all out for it. Doing half measure will not help you, okay? Because you have to be fighting this battle over and over. It's become perennial. And that way, you will not be helping yourself. It's too costly for you. And then they also need to engage in what I would call some kind of advocacy orientation in Mexico, because you'll be shocked that some Mexicans are in support of these drug peddlers. Why? Because they money, that flood the economy and all of that. So it trickles down to the people, and then they make their gains from it too. So that way they are negatively wired to sentimentally support the system that have been entrenched over the years. So you need to disabuse their mind as regards orientation. You need to make them see things clearly, change the narrative for them, so that you can have the people with you. Because if you don't get the people with you in this fight, because already the people have some part of the people go with the drug traffickers. because of the kind of money it gives to them, and some will complain that, look, government is not doing enough to help their economy, to help their welfare, and then they get some things from these drug peddlers, all right? So that way, they want to support them, like what you have in Palestine, where the people naturally support, the terrorists because of what they gain from them. So such is happening in Mexico as we speak. So government needs to fight from both ends on military might, and also to try to push narrative to win the hearts of the people to their side, because you cannot continue with the bad money that these drug traffickers pour into the economy. So my advice will always be that the president should keep going, take this fight to the hilt, and just keep it going. Take advantage of this moment to do a huge damage on the structure and the system of drug trafficking in Mexico. Go all out. The U.S. can give abundance of, intel, leverage on that, accept military help from the U.S., and then go all the way. Push them back heavily, disrupt their system, break, the hold they have on Mexico. Because right now, they even have control over 1/3 of Mexico. They are so entrenched, and that is alarming. That cannot always be. You've got to confront it. And now that we have a woman that is bold enough to confront the drug trafficking system in Mexico, they should go all the way. You don't do half measure with this. If you do half measure, you'll be shooting yourself at the foot. So go all the way. Just go all the way. That's the way to go.
All right. Is that going all the way, that is the way to go? But the main sort of incredible point, that's this cartel. They have a hand or two in over 1/3 of the population. In the forces, they have their agents. In politics, they have their agents. Even in the cabinet, they have their agents. Look at Mexico right now. And who knows, maybe, just maybe in the presidency, they have 1 or 2 persons there watching, monitoring, feeding them with intel. Do you think Claudia, the president of Mexico, has bitten more than she can chew?
I do not think so. I think she has taken a right step in the right direction, because Mexico cannot continue with drug peddlers who are so voracious and ferocious in their activities to see how they could build an empire, or to protect the empire they have built over the years. I think somebody should take a stand. And that's why I did say that I see the man in this woman called Claudio to be the real commander-in-chief. And I think she has taken the step as a commander-in-chief to ensure that she fights this drug peddling and drug bearers to a standstill. Mind you, I did say again that it was not, the death of El Mencho was not intentional. I think that...
But the drug bearers, they don't know that.
They are not even interested in that. Hence, he is dead. They are not interested in that. Maybe they've been looking for opportunity where they want to show their might against the government of the day. Maybe they look at it that, oh, she's a woman. How can a woman come and tell us what to do? Maybe that is the situation. But looking at the situation holistically from a bird's eye view, you would agree with me that Mexico cannot continue on drugs or continue with drug peddlers or drug barons just because they want their GDP to be improved, or just because their GDP cannot make them to be superpowers of the world. Instead, their GDP, despite the growth in their GDP, it will even dent the image of Mexico. How many persons have you heard will tell you that I want to go for Mexico for tourism, that I want to go to Mexico for summer holidays, all of that thing? No, you cannot find any, because in Mexico, again, I say, these drug peddlers are not just only involved in drug peddling. They involve in all manner of crime. They are rapists, they defile children, they are involved in every form of criminality, kidnapping, adoption of people, immigration racketing. They are involved in everything. So how can Mexico, as a country, as a nation, as a state in international law, continue with such situation and somebody will say that, oh, Mexico was developing with all of this gangster. Because I think that with the presence of these men in Mexico, Mexico is only but a gangster paradise. But for them to ensure that Mexico is not the gangster paradise that people of my mind would see them as, they should ensure that there is a fight, there is a duel, there is a battle to ensure that these persons are disconnected, these persons are punctured, their so-called empire they have built over the years is destroyed. And I think that is the essence of this of the arrest of El Mencho. Eventually is late. So the Mexican government should not think of whether GDP or no GDP is going to be affected, but they should see how Mexico can be great again. Because once upon a time, and with the present situation we see just now in Mexico, Mexico is not a great nation. Instead, Mexico is even looking, is even on equal status with countries like Cuba. And how long has Cuba grown? We've seen great men, Fidel Castro, who ruled Cuba, but today where is he? He's no longer there. So we think that Mexico should ensure that these drug peddlers are disconnected. These drug peddlers are brought to the barest minima, so that Mexico can be taken serious in the global community, to see how Mexico can be a great nation. And I think we cannot continue, the world, Mexico to be precise in particular, cannot continue to pamper drug peddlers as we have seen over the years. These drug peddlers are very harmful. It is, and like I did say, it is a dangerous constituency. So you will ensure that there's a puncture amongst them, and I think the right step in the right direction has been taken just now by Claudio, and I think she will come out victorious.
All right, now let me go to Chris in Lagos, where he's standing by. Now, Chris, someone's saying that since Venezuela, so to speak, they've been neutralized when you talk about drugs, because U.S. was so emphatic about dismantling the drug cartel in Venezuela. They have the opinion that if Mexico can be curtailed, if the drug situation in Mexico can be brought to book, that the war against drug trafficking globally will be half won. How true is this?
Yeah, okay. The comparison between Venezuela and Mexico might not exactly be the same, in the sense that there's some political undertone to it, because Venezuela is tilted towards Russia, and then so it was easy for Trump, to score a political point by going after Venezuela the way he did. Of course, yes, also to curtail the drug trafficking there. But in Mexico government is cooperating with the U.S., all right, so they're working together hand in hand. So the U.S. might not want to just sweep over Mexico in that manner, but instead they will provide adequate intelligence and then provide military support as well. But besides that, we've seen also that Claudia Pardo has shown that she's a strong woman. Currently, she's ranked about the 5th most powerful woman in the world. All right, so she's doing much to want to say that, look, this is a battle I want to take. This is a battle I want to fight to an end. Okay, this is a battle I want to conquer. Because at some point, somebody should stand for Mexico and change global narrative about Mexico. Mexico is known all over the world for drug trafficking. And like the guest in the studio there, we just said, nobody wants to go to Mexico for some kind of holiday or all of that. You don't want to do that, because you step into Mexico today, your heart is in your mouth because of the gangsterism lifestyle of Mexican and of Mexico as a state. All right, so that narrative needs to change, in the global community. All right, so it's important that this fight goes all the way. But I will repeat this as often as I can. The consequence is intense. We've tried saying that, because this guy is also going to regroup. They don't want to lose what they have. So they're going to fight back. They will fight dirty. So that will be the sacrifice that the nation will have to pay to get out of the hood. All right. So a lot will go wrong. Okay. But they must be willing to counter that with greater strength, with show of strength, and demonstrate that. So there's no shying away from it. You have that route you can take to curtail it and then dismantle the structure, because that's where the victory lies. It's not about killing the leaders and all of that. You can only shake that for a moment. These guys will come together, get involved in crime and all of that, but it's a well-organized system. So if you're going to take them out, you have to be, strategic in going after the structure and the network. And of course, yes, they have their agents everywhere, and that makes the fight very difficult because internally you could be sabotaged, and then if the president is not careful, you could also be killed because the rate at which Claudia Pardo is going, there could be some forces within the government that will go after her. So I'm very sure for her to have gone this far, she will have factored in all of this, okay? But the truth is, there must be a time that somebody will rise to confront the situation in Mexico. And I think that time is now because Claudia is showing the will. So the world should give her that support. The US is behind her. We should just clamor for this and keep calling because we cannot continue with this kind of system where we have drug peddlers free to run in the country, in some countries, and it's like become like something that been normalized. We cannot accept this as normal. It shouldn't be. It should be fought because it's not just about Mexico. They traffic drugs across the world, so they damage the entire world system with what they do, and that's what makes them big in terms of cash and then economic power. They sell across the world. So we need to confront this and then fight this fight. And then the world should give Claudia Pardo all the support she needs psychologically and otherwise to conquer this battle.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chris. And that will just be your last line on this discussion. Remember, this drug cartel, they have been fingered in prostitution, illegal immigration, cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, crack, you just name it, they are into it. Now, he said something at your parting word. Some are saying that if you cut off the head of a hydra, 7 will take its place, knowing fully well that this Mexican drug cartel, they have networks here and there. Taking off one head, do you see other heads replacing that of El Metro? Briefly.
No, I do not think so. In the words of President Putin of Russia, he was asked, do you forgive a terrorist? He said, no, my duty is to kill a terrorist and to send him to his maker. His maker is the one that should take decision whether to forgive him or not. I think these drug peddlers, it is high time the Mexican government took a final decision on them. And I think this is the right time. And I think that this decision that has been taken so far, whether or not you eliminate one and there are going to be other 7 that will come up, I do not see it happening. But I see a disconnection amongst them. And Mexico rather will be a great nation again.
Thank you so much, Barrister Emmanuel Obakpolo. I appreciate you, Chris Ososa, for your wonderful analysis. But some of the opinion that since Claudia has started this war, it's going to impact negatively on governance because all our resources, everything will be focused more on fighting this cartel. Education might suffer, the health sector might suffer, energy sector might suffer, all other sectors might suffer because you need to focus more on this war. And the people that she's fighting, they will keep fighting back even beyond her own tenure. Is that not scary? What a consequence. Let's see how all this will pan out. Ours is just to report back to you on what is happening globally on International Forum. We'll do it again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope! Yari.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
láti wá o káyán rẹ̀ kérulẹ̀ o ọ̀rọ̀ àkọ́kọ́ balẹ̀ tó. Ẹgbọ́n akẹ́bí rẹ̀ láti wá o káyán rẹ̀ kérulẹ̀ o.
Ọmọ nọmba Nedo Ukwu Akpolokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone wa be enu po ogbon na. Osarobo Olawo no ge uyi no ro e ma no ma no sarobo ayi le lu pe 2026 ni majena. Osabo na mo lo ma. Ore 2025 no lele wa ri na we gbe yan la dia. Ezo no ebi no ga no ebi ne ma no eyi ano arupo no gbera osalu dazi nla onika ore do ya fere na mu yare anyway edene na me bota ma we sun na bota na we ka 1000 no gbera na we iba ati iba na to tayi akota ayaro ere nede ena na iri aga yo na oni mate ibota makawe tamani mate na arena evani agwo egwo ibota ede na ore wa temege ebisugbe Victor
edonebu wa donebu zamo wa ya selo gbe upogbo ni mala na ogogo no lo wa imi igbe wa imi mu wa imi ebe o oba atope
ise ore wa teme pastor ka bari unamure
ibi edonowo me ofo egbo sa ogbago yaro iselo gbe wa be na kai wa bi total wa bi dawe ofo egbo sa ogbago waro oba atope
ise me so abo senge no bia o no ri edo ba yo ko awe do ya fere me to wa ya o sa ru da no jo hin aro no jo fun egbe aro me o bi aro onu wa wa ri ano o sa lo bo ene ni kai o adino de nu wa ne do ya fere oba atope anyway even magwakana afi worie no ro de ewiwere yiru na na mewe obi no ye no sulu nupo nema ota no ladan be uwabi gbe no iye na te no gan no kinu do no ma defio okianu kian aye onu wa aze emonu wa agugun a iya ma ho odo ave na we ezo raaro yaro okuriri o wa bieleme ezo na waro ege ya de kerezo ni kede agwalo to okunu we aye ya yin no odo we aye alile kan no ri o eyo wona do biele eni ya fero kekinado ekinadese ye ni wa ma ho ni mage sesemesi so pa uwo wa ma kege bo ye bo wa we o te pastor
domo
ja ko wa ge ko lo gbera ya fi wo le na ge
wa se no wa very kata bu so no gbera we upogmo agala oyo ma no ti papa oge be fun ne abi gwe obono pa ebe gwe ladia eri em pogmo yi ma be ti oge nu pogbera ne eri fo ega o eri amuru pa ti de o eri tomatoes ayi oboka abe gwo ni ne obogbon eye so pe o imi no wu nupo iya gire ni majina no re mortuary egire ni majina na mu yo to ne nupo egire ni majina we no ra gbon kai we yeri eke ma mi ma so mo na no gire yi wo ye eke ya fi yo to no ma oke pa o so no dazi apa ma o yo le orie tini mani ma ya supo na sokma ukpo ogagise atuta na waju ulebo kia la we vekrikri udewe dagba kia we yo enegbo we tota ogogmo o sa gbari enu na de kenu we mana jise nupo da fi weri eso nu onu ri eyo kigio wa pa uwi wewe ye ebe so wa la ya wa we azu igapapa abo won agani de ka ota iri wa lowi e no ki wari ase ma no wa bi agari palo ofo ro egbere ya wi we wa la wi palo ni o wa wi azuzu eso ro kupo ya kupo aipe na bi mo la ego wa pe oka afi weri eni bu iro upogbo wa ire we tota wari ba yu po de nu ya bi eni ai to egbe so mu na we o we de ni eso de kini na ko upono gbera de kini mana use ukpono gbera
demi no wiwe pono gbera ba ze no na wiwe ina ya fe we total wo yo wa yo we gbe mama zebe nu ya gwa do ba na mi we urere simuna urere seki egen we ya seki ba no gwa lore awa ka ba wiya iye we ma de ba we dia e ko so ba no ri e ma do gwa lo si o si bie ya te debi igo ni wiwe le gide de ri o ga no nu po we fi obo we ri e odoro no wa ezezeza wa ho we erezo arabe obo kaye iyezo we la popo na we fi yin e we ri e ado anowhere ayede ye ni ya ope na ko ro wa ogiri e ya o ma de ye eni soro odo fi no we ri e o ga yeri o afu ene soro no gui ohwo e afiagbe yo ware unda afiagbo sa no wa egwezo o wa na guigbe afiagbe se ti areba we fi we ri e we da bi omo nene nira nene niye agati ami owa sameme ami owa idioma to boy vi po yoto oyo iye de dozo bo la koni oile bae ogbetu we ya yo bo ya yo we opora we fi were na afiagbo sa ba make na gwa lo so wa oba atope ise anyway wa he no tai afi wore makana bo ya fi ba ya fi wore he o yonu no gbera e o ya gwa lo mo da be so lo no e kame o no amo lele no kwa eno iyo no kwa eno euro eno ananeru yi waro odigwe ubi obodo dasaloboa ubi obodo danika emi na ni mu dana ekina ni mu dana gedno dem money ni risi ibi mani risi mani me risi e soro na de ko enwon wa uneru ya wa do bo enwon o de no laka odo o me de pa wo wa o mase wa ga enwon saba na giru a emowerio saba no gin ara mari emowerio unda o mo do pa legbo ya mu da o fe mu da owu mu da ya odo so do ni odo arodo you know do gwa lo mamio na ne ru yi o wa no o se na boyi o se na zese yi iwa bi tawe do ni wa unda wa ni Jesus yaka no Jesus se na yo gba le royi na ne ru yi be yo afi wo ri odo are e ma gun maya eri o no nezo ezo ko zo no isunu ezo no de no ko bawe politician de awo to se ka o ri polose uwe ni aro enegbin a o ri polose ya politician we do ma ite de ma we me da ti ma o bi ra aro na o bi ye na aro na yan iku etu egbe eyo ka ye de ni wa a me gba we gie me ko we ri na no pa we ja we hewe so pa we ni e ya do na e ko ma ri e ma ni bu yo ye wala wo wo ga fi wo di aro wa ga aro o tedo wa ga aro o tedo no ba yo ga aro o tedo state na mi o gbo so we politics ni waru osu wa ogi wa adole gbe yi ogi wa adole wo yi ogi wa go ba dole to yi ya se gbe yin so ni o ni inuka ni ka inuka de ya se o to ni ma me e won mu ma mi ma to fo emi na re o tedo ni ka gbo sun general post office no re agbo o tedo la do luro nigbe do la dia ami ma ewuro nigbe ami ma ewa gbo do la dia wi ye ki gba won hotel forest we go mo kwa ya awami mai do la dia mo sogan ya la dia be gelegele do la dia be niko ga we ya e do yan ni ya fe ni wa ni ma hon ya awe iyan so iyan la dia ya wona fi to yan ni ya be niko ga gelegele hotel do mama ye gun ayo mama gwa ma wa won wa ga fi wo ri aro po ra yina wa ga fi wo ri aro na gwa to se ga nya to ni e won no do go ma dia onya to ari to le no dia wo ye kere ni ade emi o Nigeria na te map na ya wi na eya ro na ya gbe so o te me
àwa gbé upogbon e ma la na ibude e ma yeye keke be be na ibe ke na ya be upo na he owe uponupo gbera ni upogbon na we la na afin agbenoro kewa lawuda oro edo wa do egwa lo ibude na be ni ma bude ni mi ma wa odo wa me ni kan edede egbe are oba ni gwe otuni ni aviokian ya ma ye obopa ya mu ya o wa nezo ye awu ma mi la o oti ya miebo osaba ni oti ye la mawa ari oba wa re manu wa gba ore ihe de mama nu wa mama re yo to upogbon na ire lana ni manu wa gba ore ga bi yala o da o ni e kan se no kan mo mo kan edede gbegbe weru sun eno bodo re no gba o ga bo gbugbo a na te Ministry of Agric fertilizer na wa viore na ya mewe to opa ati ilu ipugi oya bi eyan oya emi ko yira mawo ra na ri no to ni no to me kina ri no ma no ma lu wa viore te do wa ra ya ogupo na no be de wa re mama he opia ayese ti adoya ugama aseti adoye olima na te ifal aseti adoye dari oba di onari oba mama na ya mewe ati subsidy ore fu opa amare ke na be na be subsidy yi de opia ni no na be de no bu office ore government iparo opia hinwa ugama emi na ya gbugbo ya hinwa wa ya de bi wo no ma kan gbe ori e ti na o ma ope akewoko ni gbugbo ni aya se ti munimuna ni aho ni anwina ma ni bu wa ro ni yen na go no ya se ti ya de opia ama iwe adiden agomaya ya fia abi adiden agomaya ya gbo abi oba we wo we abi oba la wo ni ma ni re wa na we wo ri ma atumugaro ma be lawo da ogbe na teme ma no manya mia ari wo na ri emi no yo na ni ro mi yan dori ewuku oba atope
ise anyone ya iwa dan heaven ni matana rusabo ola wo iyi bi lele no keke no ro opona ma gwa kan no gbera no ma defi ofo ma na yinu kan ma we gwa kan unu ni ma filo be mi na re ni ati media unu ne do ya gwa yen ya gbegbe gwa ma ni ma mi o mi awa ma pare wo na ma pare Nigeria ma palu mi na re mi ati eyi utamuta ogi ma wa we so we ni wa ma ogi ma ya en egbe wo sunu wala wo wa gbere iwo nda oni no wa siokon ni mane donya wa siokon eyi ni kere no ma metu gugun wa ri ewa ya ke wa ya fi gbugbe ya ro ya ona mara wo de aya gbe ere o tan pastor ko
domoro wa to pe owe mi ga sunu we bo we oye kwere ga so bogedo okin owe wa mewe no sunu nania oto sege bo ligue e boda that politics or ligue nunda e ma dani revo oto sege bo vio ya wina abi zaguda abagbera gbiri e ma na mie wa moye ulela eyan lo baze we ga mo pa mo ma dani nia una mbwe e police mu e yete gbe awe vaba ya yuta mutati ne go manis o ma meno sia e boy meno ni ze bonio o ha meno sia ge ari kinoni iba mo ise we sia ge abe keke ni bie kana ya gba oge gbe ano ayu no dai no do ba no ti ewe o ma ni po ma no agele sia de mi ze na kana ga we ni danya ni da de mi na tie agwa na gere ga agwa owo mana ye kwa mu obiera bi ye ne obiera emo eni dana gele sunu wo ye gbe no sunania we o carry oba ke oge o carry oba ye Nigeria ya ipa senator no ma ona du igomu o ma ye gan e de do gara ma ni o pa na yo pa egbe no sunu e ga li igoro masigo dati wa na dio bere yin ni ba ege ni bi diagbo yara wele ge ni government abi ba no mura o tese gabu ni muna ba ri oba egbe da odo na ga gwo o ga gwo wa ke ti nge mo fi ese wa ke gbe ebe to we gbe ge uke mu ari o de kire permanent secretary ye we be na gbe na ki da do mebu mosa so pe ge ni ki pa mo to ọ̀rọ̀ náà ká dúé mímímímí láti mílíọ̀n alága dúé mú ara tó bá gbé yóò gbẹ̀rẹ̀ náà pẹ̀lú yìí ọ̀rọ̀ gbé yẹn ìkàbọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ wà dúé gbé mi náà mùsùlùmí pé wà kí ara rà sé o ẹ rà lẹ́gẹ̀rẹ́ wà kàbọ̀ wà rà sé eyín àwọn àdó mú ẹ ó yẹ ìbò sẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ́ náà ó yà ìgò yà nù nike we ya lu e ya yo we ya we ya we e dozo wa unda gbo uri e ba gbogeva e o ri emi no gi sunu tebo na nani a mi ke na mi kolo yo kwa da ya dole mi o ge nu we gwa ka ba no sunu nebo te social media owe o ma no ka ge bono rebu ye ige to eni e ga wi
eni ya we
egbe ni mari bi edori ya mu egbe gboto mu egwa gboto ne ma na iwa suobo kan obi Yoruba idogun ayo obi wobo idogun ayo obi Hausa dogun ayo obi egwa na ke na iya zanko egbe mi ri oni e ma no ja panati pa so be mo ma nya ogwe ya eku ogwe nda be na bia ku aga he ara agbite ga e owo ri obe ga yo bo geke na mojo ewebo obo moto oji wa gi ma lige mu na a me kere na suno ya segbe owi yaji eri ono abe pastor no abe gbe na pastor no fi aba no samo owo ba meze ado ayipin abo pa ni aya agi agbo ya fe keno boy wa ke bo ma wa ayipin abo pa agi agbo ya nu dawe unyime ogeke no gi sunu webu ni ma la o we gwa kai moto ba baba we otone ema ni lega mami maikia we mi o we do pa no ya sin yo sege wa pa ba re ero so po wa se gbi mi ma ado sikan supe ado mu egbe ladian ara feel nu giegbe ti ma me ma ni gwa fi esi re bona ti ma me ma ni gwa gbin na re bona so pa igbin na ni bi do we na ya gwo bi ra bi ye kan no na ya kwikia ye gbon we na re gwe we ere lama oye managbe owa managbe magwogegbe so po ga se we ya akori e bare amie we ala gwo popo pada be ni kata e no gbera ibi e go benue ogi adin ni amako unda e kagele mi ego ne abe ranu regbo ni aya agia kagele mi ego ne o ebu we gwe go gwa o bi benu o bi ka ba o bi ogoja no unda e mene gbi mani ma wa mo fanu de kolo yokma mo paga e yo bo o se e na ya fe do ri abu na ya fe ne i ma ya koko ni ya mo to na imi o to segebu ni agebo na ma ne gwa na gebo na ma no mo no ba na la wo o mo la we mi da na ka ye mi da o o de we si aka ma ge ni esi o nu da we have to be no we are le na ye be de do ri o ya be de na kwe oba atokpe
we se no we ko de na
oba e ba kwe
o sare bo ayiyi ni yo to ne e na ta eni wa o da o wa di ma ni bun wo hion e run da we vivie ru e o ka kin e no de ka do ne o e sa jeme o ye ni wa ke do na ze ke ya we obi e do ipa gbe o yin o fiunu je do o fiunu ẹyin oriri ọba gbòrìrì o ọba gbòrìrì o ọba gbòrìrì e ma ta eno èmi ni e ta to se èmi no ri a erun no na no ma to se unda de na wa we de do sunu ni wa ọpẹ okedo asunu wagima wa mi owe egbe no sunu di na owe ri owe wa howe ni adane no ma ba unda South Africa obi mana ori no ri polose no ro de o Egypt ga de ke poro ga de unda ebore ya te liye wa ana we he o ana we gbe mo wo de gbe wagima ru yi no ma se de ebi so ma ko dore no ma se ni ewo o me na be dole yi e o me yen na be na yen to mi e be ge salo ba la wo wa emi no kiani o wa gi mani bu o hion be ne ibi ma so ya gun a do bo mi we emi ne no sunu ana re o kian be se kwa o be se ba we emi no sunu ge no ye a be dole yi wala wo bota re de na ni wa upogbon ni ma mu he na e ma na gun aka ni no sunu gbera be enupo na me we adole yi ya se gbezo ya se gbawe politician we no teme ka tasin iya to biya e politician we bi edo wa to bu wa ti tienu wa ti weru wa gbe wala o wa ga dole abu wa re ne de wa ta mari yo ari bu mari eti man ri owe ma ya yin noge ai si mabo ona yeri o ona yeri o edo we bo na yeri o e bo na yeri o edo we bo na yeri o we ma bu we mo se bo na yeri o no ma ku no mo se bo na yeri o so bo la wo ni wa gibo ta de na ma mo to e pastor e ma ete no lo bu ni fun gun gege tekere yo ude ma bu na wa odo wa me no kan wo wa we nupo upo ogun ari na fi were e bare ikon ari oba wa ra temi ami ma ni wa gba ore wa fi were ni wa mewu po na alugan obe aro èmi kèmí náà aru no magi malago da no ra si seke o ma ri eke wa ki ma ki egbe wo ni malago da ọba atọpẹ ilé ma tu pe atu ko eto ose tuyan ma wa ya ni damu he ugina of megbegu wa ya ro ọba atọpẹ ise pastor
e do no pe wo we na mo ewo na no gba oge o ka me we kia o ka we kia ojo we kia enogi we kia upogma la na webe mami mamu gmo le lu pogmo le wo ya de le wo ya fi were na ka we enoge wa fi bo were e o wa ma o ri da mi o wa ni o para te wa de ro e yeri o me ga isu ke na pa me ga isu ayiko fa ma me so fi bo were le wo ya de enu e no ya ma no ba no ya ma na gbo ya no ya ma negwa oba atope ise
anyway ya yi wadan ma bo ne zebe ni teme ta ave jon we wa mi ni jon we ni ari yu lame ake ma we e ka u lame ni ge eme mi no ki ari na asari ave no elegbegbu wona we da o do na we yin se ari ave aye we ye were awe go ma na ro ijo to wa ya fe ave jon we katikata o teme ge da osa o jon we o igomo kwa eri we jo to ave o ka ge le ya fe wawe mi no ka lo mo no ba omo ti yan wa na gwo iyen do lewo yi ka bo do le se wa se ti we abi ko kugbe u ge mi na tada o geva no pa we ge aye mi do we e na wa ro pa o e no e tewe ka ge ka bo do to ya fe o tewe no rugbo gbo je to we ya fe e ya fe ni ke na ke o ka ge ni re da de wo mani bota na ma jo to wa wala o wakabo àwọn na se ne komi ke na re na gbo ya fe wa geto audio we ave niji abi ko eki wa la wa be du eki yari wa yore ke wa na du eki e ma na mu gi bota o de na yoto ọba atope se
ITV, certainly the best.
Ilumina
Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where you're not over? Yes. You're not do so much. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, not here. Where's it? What's my dear? It's comment c'est papa de voici
ça m'a topé Sama tọpẹ.
Ìṣe ìwàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà rẹ̀. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìwàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà rẹ̀. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ wákùn mẹ́pẹ̀lẹ̀ ìgbìdé jẹun. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ wákùn mẹ́pọ̀ mi sáàmà rẹ̀. Ìgbàgbọ́
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I've ever
said. Papa.
Caliban, where you know, that we said, who paid you? Who paid you?
Papa.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa magoma. Awe uwe dine. Ejo uwe. Ejo na wera. Ejo na kulupe. Ejo na mluya kwa ewa kiwada. Isewa. Bawe kwa ba. Ojo uwe. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Wa wi ate wona mo no ma se lo ka yi.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Alright guys, another lovely episode of your #1 rendezvous for men on television, and I'm talking about the guys hangout show on independent television, reaching you live from the ancient city of Benin. Yes, I love to call it the city where the king is truly king. Now, for starters, the guys hangout show is one unique show that gives men a voice in the society. You know, in a society where men are really not given the pride of place, especially when it comes to self-expression. Right? Men are not giving the audience that they desire or that they deserve. Unlike the other gender. Of course, you know, every time a woman cries out about marginalization, abuse, or whatever it is, society is always very quick to react, unlike us men. So the real question is, why does it seem like the society is silent every time a man comes out, you know, to complain or cry about abuse? So that's basically what we're talking about tonight. Violence against men. Why does society seem silent? And of course, I'm not alone. I've got an amazing personality in the house with me. It's been a long time, and I know we haven't really done this in a long while. Yeah. He goes by the name of Michael Imagbejian.
Yeah, you got that right.
I did, right?
Yeah.
It's good to have you in the building, bro.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's been a while. How's your day been?
Yeah, it's been wonderful. You know, the sun is not friendly.
No, it's not. I mean, sometimes I just wonder if someone is, maybe an angel is cooking in heaven, and the heat is, seriously.
Yeah. It's been all good though. The politics and the economy. It's not really been nice, but we're still surviving.
I mean, we have no choice than to keep pushing.
Of course.
Right? We owe ourselves survival.
All right.
Okay, so let's get right to the business of the day. Yeah, you heard me when I started. Violence against men. First of all, violence is a very serious issue, right? And when it comes to men, it's a different ball game. Of course, we understand that on no account must anybody perpetrate violence towards another, right? But every time a woman comes out to, you know, complain about violence or being abused, society seems to be very quick to react. But when a man comes out to complain that his woman, for example, is abusing him, there's usually this, you know, lackadaisical attitude from, you know, the average person in the society. Like, some persons even mock him. Like, how can you even come out to say that your wife or your woman is abusing you? So let's begin like this. How would you describe or define violence? Does violence only have to do with physical assault, or there's much more to it?
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let's look at the denotative meaning of violence.
Okay.
All right, so what is violence? I think according to the lexicographers, they said that violence is aggression towards someone.
Okay.
They didn't say physical. They just say being aggressive, being belligerent towards someone. So if I come towards you and I start saying some things that might hurt you psychologically or physically, emotionally, that's what violence means, basically, in the denotative aspect of it. You get, it doesn't have to be I carry wood and used to hit you, whether in battery or...
In other words, it goes way beyond the physical.
Of course, definitely. It can be psychological, it can be, you know, emotional. That one is one of the worst. Yeah, that one is worse than the one is a physical one, because it can travel with you for eternity. Because if I say something that is that maybe it affects you or it relates to what you are passing through, I can take that thing.
In me that reminds me of
course, it reminds me of what I've tried to, you know, forget. It will be you'll be melancholic for days, for months, for years. You get, so that violence cuts across the spheres.
Okay, now let's take a look at violence as it affects men. Because it's a guys hangout show, so it's very important that we
they start lining it to the guys.
Do you get it? So with all due respect to our the women in our lives,
understand.
Moms, I hope you understand. So I mean, this is us, right? And like I said, the guys hangout show is about giving men the pride of place, and of course, you know, teaching them to prioritize themselves. A lot of times, men come out to complain about, you know, violence against them. Okay. For example, I think there's a video on social media that I stumbled upon of a man, I think based abroad whether in the UK or in the US. He was having issues with his wife. It was some sort of an argument or something. And then the wife was assaulting him, like physically assaulting him. The man was visibly provoked. He was pushed to the wall, but he couldn't do anything. If not for any reason, for the fact that they are based in the Western world, where
of course,
the right of the woman is highly protected.
Of course.
And you dare not lift a finger on the woman over there. So the man was being assaulted. So the $1 million question here is, why is it that, first of all, what gave that woman the audacity to hit the man? Let's start from there.
Well, from what you say, Jose, you say the Western world. All right, that's already a coverage for the woman. She believes she's under the protection of the government. So she believes she can do anything she wants to and the man will not reciprocate.
But should it really be like that?
It shouldn't be like that, but unfortunately they're in a place whereby she feels this protection and I can do what I want to do and get away with it. If you hurt me, then you're out of this place. So she's under that protection, in quotes. So she just feel like, okay, I can do anything I want to do. But for me, I don't think that kind of marriage is under love. You might even find out that it's the woman that sponsored the man overseas. Most of the men that take the women overseas, most of them, you see the women being excessively submissive. You get, but so maybe in that scenario, I think maybe the woman
is the one that has
the sponsor them. So I can do anything I want to do to you because I brought you here, and that's one.
Just
Secondly,
like they say, who pays the pipe up and dictates the tune.
You get that easier. You get, so I'm the one that brought you here. That's one, and two, I'm under the protection. So if I can do anything I want to do to you, nothing will happen.
Now let's talk about the need to empower men to speak up, especially in circumstances of this nature, because society encourages women to speak up. Society even goes as far as, advising women to take a walk from such toxic relationships. Okay, so as a woman, if you're being abused by your husband or by your man, you are advised to walk away from that relationship or marriage. But why is it that when the reverse is the case, when the man is, the victim of abuse, a lot of times he's even advised to just overlook. In some cases, he's told to walk away from the scene.
Of course.
Just to douse the tension. But do you think that is a permanent solution to that problem?
All right. Definitely, running away is not actually the best, has not always been the best, and will not always be the best.
Okay.
You get if let's use my as an example now. Let me use an exemplum. I beg your pardon.
Okay.
If I like someone, if I love someone, I wouldn't want the person to go. And I would not want to leave, because, like I said in one of our episodes of the series, I said love is putting someone else's needs before yours.
Above yours,
You understand? So I think I would try to devise a means for us to settle down, for everything to be copacetic. Like, let me guess, I don't have to run, but if I get to see that, just because you love someone, a person you love can also leave you. A person you love can also leave you. I can't die because of you. There are many fish in the river. You understand? So we have to talk about it. If I see that it's not working out, then I won't use the door. I will use the doors. I will have to run. You get? I'll use the door. I'll use the window. I will flee. So because of the fact that I love you doesn't mean I will die in the relationship. You get? So, but the first time at the outset, what you need to do is talk it out with the person. The person is mature. The person is mature enough. Talk it out with the person. If it's not working out, then use the doors and use the windows.
Okay, because you see, I was actually going to ask you what to do in a situation where dialogue doesn't seem to be working. Because there are some persons who are just unreasonable. No matter how diplomatic you try to be with them, it's like you're just pouring water into a rock because it can't penetrate. You understand? It can't retain the water. So it's a waste of time trying to reason with some persons. Some people are very quick to go physical, right? Let's not even, like you rightly said, let's try not to make it just a physical thing. There's also the verbal thing. You're having a misunderstanding, a little bit of a conflict with your partner, and then she's already saying words that are, that even pierce harder than a knife. Do you understand? How do you handle a partner like that? Like, how do you even begin to try to make them engage you in a peaceful dialogue?
Let's talk. All right.
Yes. How do you do that?
First of all, I think there's this idiom that says that where your treasure is,
there your heart will be.
All right. Now, a woman that is mature and loves you, I said mature and loves you.
Okay.
She will want to talk, because if you're without dialogue, you are not going anywhere. The situation will deteriorate.
You may not even be able to identify the problem.
Good. The situation will deteriorate. You understand? So we have to talk. If she's interested in the man, she must find a way. She may be acting. She may be acting up, but she'll be like, "Okay, talk. Let me listen to what you want to say." She's just using means to just listen. If she's really interested, or if she's still interested in the man, she definitely she wants to hear what the man wants to say. But if she's not interested in anything, it means she's no longer interested in the relationship.
So she's probably fed up and just wants out.
She's fed up. That thing that happened, that altercation that broke out, is just an excuse, a flimsy excuse for her to leave. It's been coursing through her veins for a long time.
So you're saying that there are probably remote
issues,
unaddressed issues that have been welling up in her.
Yes, of course. That one was just the time bomb. Just set it off. You understand? She's been nursing in her heart. It's because through her veins, like, I want to leave. That was just a good reason, in quotes. But to the man, it's a flimsy excuse. So if she's not interested, come on. Okay, let's have a business idea or a business deal. And this business deal will take us to, let me say, the promised land, in quotes. Now, I want us to come together, sit, plan, rejig everything so that we can get somewhere. Now, without doing that, we can't get anywhere. So for that reason, now the woman or the lady, in quotes, we need to sit together as mature people. That's first, as mature people, and talk about things. Then we can, look forward to a brighter future.
All right, in case you're just joining us, it's the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and tonight we're taking a look at violence against men. Why does society seem silent? Some persons have argued that the reason it seems like nobody really shows interest whenever a man is a victim of domestic abuse or violence is because men are considered to be the stronger vessel. Just like the Holy Book says that the women are the weaker vessel. So, because men are known to be naturally strong, whenever something is, whenever they're experiencing something of that sort, they are not supposed to express themselves. They're not supposed to show their vulnerability. If a man comes out to cry, for example, that his wife has been beating him, there are women who are naturally stronger than men. Of course. I think society doesn't actually examine that fact enough. You understand? There are women who are just strong by nature. Of course. And I've seen videos on social media of men getting really, really, whooped. By
the men are not strong.
It's not like they're not strong. It just so happens that, their women are stronger than them and there's nothing they can do about it. Yeah. Now, why is it that, okay, let me just paint a scenario. You could be walking along the road and you see a woman assaulting a man physically. You might not feel the need to step in and try to intervene, right? Because you feel like, okay, maybe, in fact, some persons might even conclude that the man might have insulted or done something wrong to warrant that. But the reverse would be the case if you're walking along the road and you see a man assaulting a woman. The natural instinct in you would prompt you to intervene and try to save the woman from the man. Now, why this disparity?
Okay, first, I think we all look bossy differently. Some people see it as another way. I want to see it as something else. Generally, men are seen as very strong, and they should be able to defend themselves. They should be. In fact, it is ignominious to the society that a woman is beating a man. In fact, it's unheard of. Like
some will even find it amusing.
Of course, it's very funny. Before you never bring it on the phone and posting it on air. So because of that general belief that
men are stronger than women,
the general belief that the man is stronger than you should be able to beat the woman.
But the same society would raise an eyebrow and crucify the man if he dares lays a finger on her.
Unfortunately, that's what happens. That unfortunately is so pathetic because normally, I think, should I say 98 to 2%, you will hardly see a woman beating a man, but it can happen. So for some men, you just see them, they'll just allow their spouse or their partner to be hitting them. They won't do anything. Some persons see that as, what is it with you? You're supposed to be coy about this now. Why are you doing this? Like a woman is beating you, you're not ashamed. This same set of people will be the one, you're not ashamed. Yeah. If it were me, no, there'll be blood. But if you raise your hand on this particular woman, the same people will raise their hands on you. You get it? They'll be like, you're not ashamed, you are beating a woman. Okay. So you see the way the world works. It's not actually fair to men. The world is fairer to the women. You understand? So if a man does come and raise their hands on a woman, well, it's something else. You get it? So the system favors the women.
I totally agree with you. And just like someone would say, the game was rigged against men from the very beginning, right? But let's begin. Let's now, because that's basically what this episode is about, right? We're looking at how men can begin to find solace in a world where it seems like their voice or their voices don't matter. Yeah. Do you understand? Like I said, there are some things a man would come out to say and the people would listen. But there are one of the reasons why a man cannot even come out to tell you that he's been abused by his wife is because of how society would react, just like you said. For instance, if I come out now to say, oh, my wife is beating me, I'm sure a lot of persons are going to look at me like, are you...
What give you the goal to
do you understand? So what do you think society can do to give men a sense of closure and belonging So much so that whenever they feel, abused, whenever they feel assaulted, whenever they feel like their sense of manliness is being taken away from them, they can come out and speak and be confident that their voices will be heard. What do you think society can do better? Because we really can't continue like this.
All right. Thank you very much. I think I have 2 points in that. First of all, the community or the society, I beg your pardon, they should stop being judgmental. They should stop being judgmental. See, sometimes if a man wants to hit a lady, it would think like, look at the stigma I'm going to pass through. Yeah. If I do this, so he's traumatized by the fact that what the society will say.
And
that's the judgment.
What effect it will have on him.
Of course, so they should stop being judgmental. Like they should just stop that. If they stop that, we'll open up. You understand? Okay. In fact, we will have our own non-government NGOs coming to our rescue. Yes. But that judgmental aspect of the society, it's kills the morale of the men. Okay. You get? Now, let's use the other part, which is sentiment. Many persons are sentimental. For example, you see many women talking aggressively,
running a man down.
Yeah, like, why would you want to do that to a woman? They don't want to know what happened. They don't want to know the cause. What happened is that you hit a woman that is a weaker vessel, the bearer of your children. That's that sentiment.
On no account must you lay a finger on her.
That is it. So you just see a woman goes to a pub, carries water and pour on the husband. Come on now, that's embarrassing. You get? That's embarrassing. That's ignominious to the society. Yeah. Now that man, out of should I say shame, or if he's looking as if he's being belittled. Some of the person is with, they'll be like, a woman is doing this to you. Yeah. They are judging him, so he wants to raise his hands and
to prove that he is the man.
He's actually the man, but he will think again, if I do this, there's going to be a problem.
The consequences.
Because some women will just come out and take it on their shoulder. They don't want, if you see them they don't want to know what happened. Their own is, they will show you the part of the video where you are assaulted. They will ellipse the part. They won't
tell you the part that they played in the whole.
That is not their business. Okay. The part is the man's fault. Okay. So they're being sentimental. So that sentiment and that being judgmental are the things that if we reduce this to the barest minimum, to the NADI, it can help us a lot.
You talked about NGOs and the need to set up bodies that take up issues that have to do with violence against men, just like we have it, for women. For example, I think in the University of Benin there is such an arm that's called Center for Gender Studies. And a lot of times when you hear gender studies or gender affairs, you already know it's referring to women. Whereas it's supposed to be a two-way thing, right? So can't we have, a balanced system that also caters for the need of men, especially as regards, domestic abuse, right? And violence against men. For example, if a woman is being abused, you see lots of NGOs, human rights activists, women's rights activists, jumping to her defense and even calling for, the prosecution of the man, calling for justice, asking that, justice prevails in favor of the woman. But why isn't that? Don't you think, men should begin to also, do you even think it's possible for us to have such, bodies? Yes.
All right. Now, I don't think anyone will be praying I don't think anyone should be praying that God should be protected, because God can protect himself.
He even offers protection.
Of course. Now, some persons see that men are protectors, so they don't need protection.
Is that true? Do you think that's right?
Definitely not. It's just
because these stereotypes do more harm than good. It's one of the reasons why the boy child feels like I have to defend myself. And the only way he knows to defend himself is to put up his fist. And the question is, to what end? That leaves us with, a society of bruises and scars.
Yeah.
So don't you think it would also make sense for us to have NGOs and, men's rights activists?
It will make sense a lot. The funny part of it, if you bring it up, it will be laughable to society. It'll be like, What are people doing? What are people trying to
protecting men for?
What is this? What do you want to protect a protector? What's the point of this one? Okay, because we have ours, you want to have yours. It just seems like it's redundant. What's the point of this? What's the point? Like someone that has a gun, you are giving the person a needle to protect himself. You get, so it just seems so redundant to the society. Like there's no point of this. No, I believe once in a while, or maybe back in the days, someone must have had the idea of bringing this thing up.
Okay.
But some other persons,
these factors that you've just mentioned,
good, some other person will be like, sir, with all due respect, I don't think there's any point to bring this up, because you don't have sponsors, you don't have anything. Like, what is the point? What do you mean? What do men? Why do men need protection when they actually protect us?
Do you think
which is terribly wrong?
Do you think the shame factor also has a thing to do with this? Because just like you said, it's the same factor that makes men, swallow a lot of these things up. A man is being abused and he feels like, if I come out now, which mouth will I use to say that I'm being abused? Do you understand? Who would even believe me? Yeah. And how will it sound in the ears of people? So I think, don't you think this is the same reason why we don't have NGOs and, groups that saddle themselves with the responsibility of protecting men just the same way we have it for women? Because, if we come up with such groups, people are going to start asking questions and saying, are you guys not ashamed?
You're not ashamed, yeah. All right. Now, because of this concept of this ignominy, most of these causes of suicide, sometimes it's because the pressure on society, from wife, from spouses, from partners, it has coursed through the man's veins, it's going to the zenith. The fact he can no longer hold it down. He just want to let it go, but there is no therapeutic session where he can pour this thing out. Just imagine, the man might even think like, how will he, even if he's racking his brain, like, how will he feel if I go to a therapist? I'm telling the therapist that my wife
assaults me,
is assaulting me, is maltreating me. It will just be filled up. Okay, see, the society right now, or the economy right now, is not favorable. By the time you start, a man is focusing on getting daily bread. Okay. And apart from that, you are pressurizing the man. If everything is too much, what will the man do? He will just think, what should I do? This place isn't supporting me. The society will not support me. If I go against, everybody's against me. Let me just end it all. So that shame factor is causing depression, and one of the reasons of this suicidal attempts.
Quickly, as we begin to wrap up in less than 1 minute, what do you think can be done to give men a sense of belonging and also reduce? You just mentioned suicide, which is a very extreme consequence of this issue. So what do you think can be done to give men a sense of belonging and also make them, give them a feeling that they are welcome in the society and that there's no shame in crying out that you're being abused? In less than 1 minute.
All right, I think first of all, I think we should leave that shame part. They say you die in shame. You die. It's better I speak up. I speak out, I speak up than to die in shame. Okay. Let's forget about the shameful parts. We are humans. We feel, we have emotions.
God blood flowing through our veins.
Of course. So let's forget about whether being a man or whatever. You get. So let there be a body. Let there be an NGO. Just like everything. See, most women do complain about inequality. I think this is where the inequality is playing right now. Since they have theirs, what should we have ours?
So gender equality should find expression in this regard.
In all spheres.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. I really do appreciate you really threw so much light on this particular subject, and I hope that our viewers out there have learned a thing or two from this. It's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and we've been taking a look at the issue of violence against men and why society seems silent. Now, if you're a man out there and you're going through violence, you're suffering from some sort of abuse from your partner or from anybody, from your fellow man or from a woman, please speak up. Nobody should die in silence. Everybody should have a voice. I don't think there's any reason why you should allow anybody reduce you to a point where you feel less of yourself. Okay, so if you feel like you need to say something, please do say something. Okay, that's the only way you can find closure. My name is Harry Aigboje. It's been an amazing time on the show tonight, and I want to say that it would be nice for us to do this again, same time, same station next week. But in the meantime, make sure you stay out of trouble, do the right thing, and enjoy the rest of your night. Bye for now.
RTV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Engato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Miguel of Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what can you do this? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just like 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape. That means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys, yeah, you were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah. ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. they will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Ẹgbẹ́ Júwà. Ọba àtọ́kùnrin yìí.